So I guess we'll take it over to Hazen to start the orientation kickoff meeting.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Cool. So from 5:30 till 7, or if we finish sooner till we finish, we're going to kind of follow up on some of the stuff we talked about a week ago. And really, I wanted to focus on, well, 3 things. One of them is kind of a continuation of projects, whether it's NCDOT projects or parks. There's the mayor. We just started, Mayor. Public Works or Parks and Rec. However, what I would like to do, and you in the agenda, you can see those departments. The second tier deals with the planning conference, and we are a little more than 4 weeks away from the planning conference, and that thing takes time to prepare because normally there's a lot of data that y'all are looking for. So I guess what I'm asking of the board, could we jump to the planning conference discussion and get that out of the way, and then we can move on to the departments and also hearing from Tanya and Maureen.
Hazen, you and I spoke earlier, and I think that's certainly a reasonable request. Is there anybody on the board that disagrees?
Good.
All right, fantastic. All right, Lori, can you jump to that memo? Okay, there it is. Okay, so we do an annual planning conference, and it's obviously it's an opportunity to talk about things you want to do in the near term, medium term, and even long term. And this is the board's conference. It's not the staff's conference, it's the board's conference. And in this memo, one of your options is at one of the other meetings, we all really listed kind of important topics, right? And we probably had 12 or 13 of them that is in this little memo as well. And that's one option. And we could do that for the planning conference. But I would like to kind of pose a slightly different tact. And, things have kind of come together very quickly. One of them, and tonight you'll hear about the ARPA funds. And really the bottom line is ARPA funds, the restrictions have really been opened up, and it's really exciting for the board to think about what do you want to do with your money that's ARPA related. So that's kind of one leg of the stool. And I think you should do a deep dive and really kind of push all kinds of different areas. Affordable housing obviously is one of them. But and then the second leg of that stool is the bond referendum, right? We've talked about it. The old board talked about it. The new board, it sounds like the new board's excited about doing this as well. And I think the second leg of that stool at the planning conference would to talk about the bond referendum and what would y'all like to see? Does a fire station go in there? Does parks go in there? Do greenways go? Do roads go in there? What goes into that bond referendum? And that is something that's timely because typically bond referendums in North Carolina are held in November. You got to go to something called the Local Government Commission, and that takes about 5 months. And so there's really, we can't dilly-dally with that. We would need to, I think, to have direction at the planning conference at the last weekend of February. That's it. Always, every year we hold it that weekend. So that's the second leg. And then the third leg of that is the budget forecast. And Becky did a great job, putting all kinds of things on there that the board has talked about as needs. And I think to revisit that and talk about, because one of the concepts we had is when we go through this revow, which is going to be for fiscal year 24, which would be July of 23, the discussion is, because traditionally we've cut the tax rate significantly back to what they call revenue neutral. The downside of that is it's hard to do some of these big ideas. And the tax rate for us is 1 penny raise is about $500,000. That's a sizable amount of money. And I think to have that discussion for the board to see the budget model that's been put together and say, well, we'd like to see this fire truck pushed out or whatever, I think would be healthy. So that is the process that I would recommend. However, in this memo does talk about, we're happy to go over, we could just go get the list of projects that y'all would like to talk about. We could force rank them to make sure we knew which one y'all want to make sure was the top priority and we spent the most time on. But we are kind of recommending this three-legged stool process for a Saturday and Sunday. So Monday or Friday, you're going to go through the training for manager, performance review and board. It's like how to review the manager and also how to the board look at itself and evaluate itself. So that's a great, sounds like that'll be a great Friday event. So with that, happy to take any questions or feedback or what really at the end of the day, what's the will of the board?
I could start off the conversation. I like the idea. I think honestly, most of the ideas that we came up with are much more minor in nature than the three-legged stool that Hazen has brought up. And one of the things that I think we really need to focus on if we're going to have a bond referendum is what we're going to put on it. And I recall discussing this with Becky Hogg. What can we put on a bond referendum that we have a pretty good certainty will pass? And then perhaps we could use our ARPA funds for something that may not be so certain that would pass. So I think these are really important, big topic issues that we need to talk about. I would be in favor of doing that. Talking about some of the other issues a little bit on Friday as time allows. I know we're doing the class or at 5:30 meetings throughout the year. But I like the idea personally. I think these are just so big, significant areas that we need to discuss, that they're urgent and they're important. I'd like to hear what other people think. Commissioner Urban.
Mr. Mayor, I think if you look at the planning conference items, you'll quickly see a lot of these subcategories will fold into the big three. So I think if Hazen and staff would look at those items and see how they fall into his three-legged stool, I think you're going to see a lot of these get knocked out in those conversations. So I would support the what we'll call the three-legged stool initiative.
Thank you. It's good point. Anyone else? Surely another commissioner has some thought on this discussion. Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, we gave a list. I think, like you said, it came up about 13, and I sort of dropped and looked at the three-leg that Hazen just proposed. And I think John was right. I think a lot of those are under that of what we had talked about. So far as the bond referendum, I'm still in favor of that. I was, and it passed. And I think the bond referendum, if we talked about Fire Station 3 and infrastructure, roads and development, I think the citizens of Matthews will certainly pass that when they find out that this part up here where Fire Station 3 is going to be is unprotected. Where all of the other stations cover all around, but up on this area where me and John Irving live, as we don't have a adequate fire station nor MET, so that we can. So that's what I would like to see on the bond representative. But the other items that we talked about, affordable homes and some roads and some other stuff, I certainly think that should be on the planning conference. And I think it is. I think that's pretty much how I think everybody pretty much knows that as well anyway.
Yeah, I think those are valid points, but as Becky and I were speaking, I think everybody on this board agrees that a fire station number 3 is very important. But if we were to put it on a referendum and it didn't pass, then what do? We probably have to build it anyway, and we might have egg on our face. I don't know. I would hope it would pass, but it's certainly not a guarantee. Commissioner McCool?
That was exactly what I was going to say, is make sure when we do this bond, we can't, it's something that, it's not something we have to build. Like if we don't build it, we're kind of, in a bad spot. So make sure, I agree with infrastructure, affordable housing, those things that we've talked about, things that are needs, but with the fire station, I don't want to risk somehow the voters voting it down. That's probably highly unlikely, but I don't want to risk, that to a vote when we probably could do it.
Yeah, I recall a time, I've mentioned this to several people. I've lived here many, many years, many decades, and I recall in the 70s and 80s and probably even into the 90s in Charlotte, it seemed like everything they put on a bond passed. I mean, everything, they always passed. I mean, they could almost anything you could imagine. Some of them were kind of ridiculous. It would pass. People would just vote for it. I think voters are much more less likely just to vote, everything yay. So we have to be careful what we put on that bond for sure. Would anybody else like to speak? Commissioner DeFano?
One thing I've learned over the past is one thing citizens really care about, really care about: police protection and fire and safety and EMD. I mean, everybody. No, I really don't believe you tell them we're gonna use this money to build Fire Station 3 and explain to them what the need is. We already hear how short we are with fire and trying to get police salaries and stuff. I believe the citizens of Matthews will welcome a fire station and pay for it in a bond referendum. I mean, it sells itself. Speaking from experience, people want to be protected. They want to be safe, and they want to know that they got some people that's going to come when they call and they need it.
Let me kind of I refocus, and this might be partly my fault. Let me refocus the discussion. I guess what we're really discussing is, do we want to discuss these this three-legged stool at our planning conference in lieu of the other items that we previously identified? I guess we're not going to actually debate the three-legged stool right now. We just need to say, is that what we want to do? And it sounds like from those that have spoken, they're in agreement. Is it anybody else have any comment to that?
Hazen, if you mind reiterating very quickly in a few words what your three legs are again?
Yes, sir. So one of them is the ARPA funds, right? Really talking about what should those ARPA funds be used for. Affordable housing really is kind of I think, probably the poster child. And then what else do you want to do in there? The good news is it's very free, and Becky's going to talk about that on the agenda. So ARPA funds is one of them. The second one is the bonds. And I mean, off the top of my head, I think about sidewalk gaps, maybe multi-use paths. I don't know if we want to do anything with parks, but so those are the bonds. And then under the budget forecasting model, the good news about that's where a lot of, there's fire equipment in there. I think what it'll help is for the board, and particularly new board members, to see kind of this path of going forward of, okay, we thought about this engine replacement, and so you really get to see vehicles for parks and public works. So you really get to see a vision of the town, and here's an opportunity, I think, to really make some real progress with big things in what's happened with ARPA and bonds.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Irvin. I think a lot of the topics, matter of fact, all of the topics, I'm looking at them on my side phone here, and they all fall into those three areas as well. My personal three pillars are police, fire, and public works. And so consequently, I think you've mentioned that all of those will be included in the discussion in one way or another. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tofano. Yeah, I think one of the big stresses we're going to have on our budget is continuing to have enough fire, police, and public works employees, and to compensate them competitively is going to be a continuing struggle for us, a continual stress on our budget. We need to talk about how we're going to address that.
And not to go into the weeds too far, but I did have a conversation with a fellow manager who's in the Triangle, and he told me that there's 5 small towns in the Triangle that now are offering their police officers starting pay at $50,000 or over. And we're at 40, and then we've added our ARPA funds, so we're up to 44 for 18 months. But it's my sense is it's traveling. The competition is traveling westward, and they're a little bit ahead of us on this crunch. Okay.
All right.
I think there's consensus. Yeah.
Yep.
We do appreciate that from a staff perspective. Now we can get to work on building this planning conference for y'all. And it sounds like the board is fine with Friday to work that class, which I think is a great idea for the organization. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll focus on this quote unquote three-legged stool. Many of the projects I do think are listed, maybe not all of them, but there's significant numbers that are embedded in there. And we'll get to work on that agenda for y'all. But it sounds like 2 days, Saturday and Sunday is what, we're not talking about doing this on a Thursday. Okay. Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday we focus. Okay.
I do have a question and maybe get some comment from the commissioners as well. Lori and I were discussing whether or not our intention is to have this planning conference in person or virtually. And Hazen, you and I were talking about the difficulty of having 8 or 10 or 12-hour sessions virtually is not fun. Are there any thoughts on that? Well, first, from staff, Hazen, are we just waiting, or are we playing the waiting game, or?
Well, I mean, I would love to see us try to figure out a way to spread out in the hood room, significantly spread out, like in corners, right? But at least we're all in the same room together, masking up. And maybe some of it is a little bit of a waiting game on the COVID, but it is supposed to hit its peak and go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm heard on two fronts. I was speaking to my son the other day, who lives in New York City, and they're seeing their rates drop very quickly. So like they plateaued. I was talking to Mayor Vi Lyles yesterday, and she said that the Charlotte numbers, and I guess we'll hear more from Rob Kinneberg, but the Charlotte numbers seem to be still going up or haven't plateaued yet. So we'll see. Mayor Pro Tem McCool, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to voice my opinion. I think we should be in person. I think there's a way we can do it safely, space out, mask up. I'd be in favor of that. I think it would be a little monotonous to have a 12-hour meeting via Zoom. I think it's hard to have the real solid conversations that are needed on these big issues via Zoom. We just work better in person.
Okay. Well, again, I think that was kind of a rhetorical question. We will wait and see. Maybe we'll have some miraculous drop in cases.
I would like to meet in person too. I think what Hazen said, it be social distance and wear a mask if you want to, while you're not speaking, and then take it off and do what you need to do, eat when you're off. I don't have no problem with that.
Okay, Hazen.
Okay, thank you. We really do appreciate the direction. It helps staff. So back to the regular agenda. Corey, I think you're up first, aren't you?
Yes.
That's unusual, Corey. You're usually last. So,
Hey, I'll take it.
glad to see you first for a change.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Board. I want to give you some updates on some Parks and Recreation projects we have going on. But actually, first, I want to give you an update on one event. The India Association of Charlotte reached out to our department, and they are the group that delivers the Festival of India. We had some good conversations and quickly saw how our goals align, and we were able to form a partnership to bring the Festival of India to Stumptown Park on April 30th. So definitely wanted to share that. You'll see some of it in the consent agenda. We did receive some funding from the ASC, and part of that will go towards say our partnership in the Festival of India coming to Matthew. So very exciting. All right, so looking at the first project, we're talking about Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. So at this point, staff has been working with Stewart Engineering to complete the construction documents. And these are essentially the nuts and bolts of what it's going to take to build the conceptual design to make it an actual design. The plans do reflect the conceptual do we have the visuals?
We do not.
Okay. It reflects what the board approved. I believe, was it not?
Sorry. Can we pull those up?
Yeah, I can pull them up. It's in your memo, right, Corey?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're doing that. Here we go. So those designs do reflect what was approved back in, I believe it was August or last year. We have received the 50% documents from Stewart. Staff, being myself, and engineering, have made comments back to Stewart. We've had the follow-up meeting to, I guess, discuss some changes, slight changes needed to the construction documents. Still waiting for those comments to be addressed. And at a later point, I will bring another update to the board, reflecting the, say, adjusted 50% documents to show you exactly where we are with that project. Just to give some of the highlights, we do have the columns at the entry points, expanded patio area, improvements to the service flag area, the picnic area, some screenings at the rear of the park, the plaques on the patio, or the plaque on the patio, and then the plaques on the conflict monuments, some additional seating. Actually, Jay, if you could scroll to the next image, I think it gives a better view of the seating. You see it a little bit better. The educational panels, we are addressing some sidewalk slope issues. And I do have as an optional change, replacing one piece of playground equipment. And we'll see how, budget-wise, see how that works and, make those type decisions. Thinking about the educational panels, staff is working with MVAC and the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee to develop the information that's going to be displayed on those panels. We will also, well, Stewart is also going to produce a estimated magnitude of cost as part of this construction document process. Staff will then present these costs to the board and request funding. At this point, funding has not been allocated for construction of the project. We do have the funding to complete the documentation. The tourism fund is likely the source of funding for this project. Again, that magnitude of cost will be used to develop the budget that we'll then present to the board and request funding. Do you have any questions about Veterans Memorial Park? All right, moving on to Utan Pottery. At this point, we have secured services from a museum designer, Mr. Mike Walker. He was also the designer that worked with the Matthews Historical Museum on Trade Street. The workshop on the site will be used, call it in a museum fashion, with some displays showing how pottery was done back in Mr. R.F. Utan's day. Staff is currently soliciting design services. This is due back in February. We did release an additional RFP. We did not get an adequate response, so we decided to re-advertise for it. Again, that's due on February 18th, and then we'll be prepared to move forward with selecting that firm. We do have funding in this year's, I guess this is in the CIP, to move forward with the creation of the design documents for this project. Again, looking at some of the highlights, we're going to restore the workshop, the museum display area, some improved landscape, picnic tables. It will be a passive park with very limited parking, some informational signage about the history of R.F. Utan and pottery in this area. And a critical part of it is a bicycle pedestrian connection to Fullwood. And we're currently working with some adjacent property owners to make that connection happen. That being Abington Homeowners Association, Carrington Place, and Matthews Glen. Still, we're making progress on securing those easements. Are there any questions about Utan Pottery?
I've got a question, Corey. Do we have somebody, a town employee, regularly checking on that site? Because it kind of was there. I didn't know about it. I lived here for probably 10 years and didn't know this site existed. I don't think a lot of people lived here knew about it. And now a lot of people do. And I'm concerned, if we're going to have kids messing around down there, vandalism or anything like that. Have we been checking up on it regularly?
We have been, I'll say luckily the neighbors had just moved in those newer homes. They're our eyes and ears many times. We have had to re-secure the doors to the workshop. But yes, short answer is yes. Our staff is keeping eyes on it, but then also, like I said, the neighbors are helping us out a lot too.
All right, great. Thank you.
Corey, what road did you have going through and where is the parking lot going to be located?
Still coming up with actual location of the parking lot. The initial thought was, actually, Jay, if you go to the next image, it shows 2 parallel spots right on Jefferson or Jefferson Street. You see it to the, say, east, plan east, just very limited parking. We're working with engineering now. There maybe that parking needs to move internal to the site. So still making some of those decisions as we work through the construction documents. I'll have a better response to you. But the bike ped connection is, well, you see Jefferson Street terminates, but the bike ped connection will extend through. You see Abington is the only property on the image, but you then run into Carrington Place and then Matthews Glen and then to Fullwood.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the drawing here and I see the parking at the back of the park and I can't quite imagine how they're going to get there. Do you have a shot of that?
When you say the back of the park.
Well, you see where it says on-site accessible parking with additional parking access from the park's north entrance over on the left. Yeah.
Yes.
How do vehicles get there?
I mean, they travel from, I guess, from Trade to, I guess, any of the number of streets and then connecting to
Main
Jefferson.
Street. Main Street would be one. Yeah.
Main? Okay.
Main, and that's
thank
on
you.
Jefferson. That's Jefferson, which is a very narrow street.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thanks. Don't want to take too much time on it, just thanks.
Yeah, no, again,
If I could just add, we've talked about having very limited parking on that site, right? I mean, to encourage it to be more of a pedestrian type access with maybe just enough parking for a bus or for somebody who's handicapped or elderly or something, but otherwise mostly having it reached via bicycle or walking. Isn't that correct?
yes. So when we talked about programming for the site, looking at big school groups as potential, not the best idea to bring that type of traffic down these very small streets. When we do have groups, we're going to certainly ask them to maybe park in Stumptown and do something crazy like walk down to Utan Pottery and encourage access that way.
You're getting wild and crazy there, Corey.
Yeah, getting people to walk. Are there any other questions about Utan Pottery? Or I'll move on to the next. Riverbanks. Oh, well, that, as scroll back up, that is the bike ped connection to Utan Pottery. All right, so now we'll move on. Riverbanks Connector, there's no image for this one. At this point, we are still soliciting design firms to design the bridge connection. The RFQ was due this past Friday, so still reviewing those. Hopefully we'll make a selection here pretty soon. The board did appropriate $16,000 last fiscal year to move forward with that piece of the design. Once we have the bridge design, then we will be able to then, I guess, create the budget for the entire project, well, the entire connection, which will be the likely concrete surfacing from Riverbanks to the bridge, and then from the bridge actually connecting to 4 Mile Creek Greenway. All right, you can scroll down one more time, Jay. All right, Irving's Creek Greenway. Now, this is a Mecklenburg County project, but of course the town is participating financially, but then also invested certainly in its addition to Matthews as an awesome greenway. We did contribute $500,000 toward this project, designed to connect from Lakeview Circle near Crown Point Elementary into Idlewild Park. We did attend a construction meeting. I believe it was January 12th. The contractors are prepared to begin at the end of the month, and we will certainly keep the board abreast on progress of that project. Any questions about Irvin's Creek? All right, and that's all I have. Happy to entertain any questions anyone has.
Not seeing or hearing any questions. So thank you, Corey.
All right.
All right, let's go to Parks and Rec. Let's go to Public Works, talk about your items.
All right, thank you, everybody, Mayor, Board. I'm going to start off talking about roadway maintenance, and then once I'm done with that, Dana will switch over to talk about the various projects that we have going on in town, most of them being DOT projects, but really all the transportation projects we have going on. I can't see everybody when I'm doing this, so please speak up if you have a question. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. A lot of you have already seen this before, so hopefully it's just a review, but it's always good to keep in front of everybody. So let me share my screen. All right, can you all see the presentation? All right, great,
Yes,
thanks.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so roadway maintenance in Matthews. One thing to know about roads is that they decline following a curve. So what you see on your screen there is kind of a generic performance curve of a road over time if nothing's done to it. Starts off at 100, which is basically when it's newly paved, and it follows this trend over the years until you get down to the point where you get below 10 and the road is really bad condition. You get to 0 is pretty much impassable. So that's kind of what that scale is, from 0 to 100, 100 being perfect and 0 is impassable. Typically, most roads in this area, that will be anywhere between 20 and 30 years if nothing's done to it to get to that point. We break them up into further categories from good down to failed. And that curve is generally associated with different distresses over that time period. So we start off at the beginning after a year or two, where you have weathering and rattling, it's called. You basically see a road surface that looks like this. It's still there. It may have started graying a little bit. You start losing some of the asphalt and the aggregate starts getting exposed. Over time, that loss of asphalt and UV rays causes the road to become more brittle. That causes this weathering, and along with the water and traffic. And then that's kind of what it will look like once it starts getting worse over time from a distance. To deal with that, there's a few things that we can do. One is a rejuvenation product we use. It costs roughly 85 cents a square yard to put down. It's interesting, it goes down pink, but turns clear as it soaks into the asphalt. So it starts off pink. People ask you, what's this pink stuff you're putting down? But quickly soaks into the asphalt. What that does is that replaces the oils that are lost during the paving process. When we get it from the plants, it's heated up usually around 300 degrees. That temperature burns off a lot of the volatile compounds in there. This helps put those back in, so that it puts back in some of that flexibility in the asphalt so that it's less brittle. Another thing we can do, what we do is put on a seal coat. What that does is it helps protect the asphalt from both UV rays from the sun, from wear, from rain, from tire tracks. There's various ranges of seal coats that you can put down, and the cost of those range in price from somewhere between $3 a square yard to $6 a square yard. But you kind of get what you pay for. The more expensive ones tend to last a lot longer. These take about a day to cure during the day. So a lot of times we can put it down around 8:30 in the morning. And by the time people get home from work, they're cured and traffic can run on it. But it is inconvenient to the residents of that try to go out during the day. The last few times we've put it down, the contractors had golf carts to bring people to and from their houses and ask them to park outside the neighborhoods when it's being put down. For that reason, though, we try to go for the product that's more durable, which is closer to that $6 square yard range, because we don't have to do it as often. This is what it looked like after a couple of years in Sardis Mill. We've put down a lot more since then. Some of it looks this good after a couple of years, and some of it gets worn off quicker, just depending on the amount of traffic. We've got a lot more experience with that. As you start going down the curve, the next thing you see is environmental cracking. Those are these cracks you see going across the road. It usually starts off as linear cracking, and then you'll start getting perpendicular cracking to that and get what's called map cracking, which looks like big squares. So we're still in the place where this is really, it's not considered structural, and it can be repaired by fairly inexpensive means. This is when it starts getting really bad, though. This is kind of the borderline between where you see what's not considered structural to where the rain gets down into all those cracks and causes base failure later on, which is when you start having structural issues. One inexpensive thing that we do is called crack filling and crack sealing. We do that with our own crews. We go out and use a liquefied asphalt basically to fill in those cracks. We try to do it in the spring and the fall for the most part, so that as it shrinks and expands during the year, you don't have that getting shoved up or getting it ripped apart by the asphalt as it changes. That costs roughly $1 a linear foot to put down. Once you get beyond the point where it's easy to crack seal, you have too many cracks to do one at a time. There are other things that you can do. One of those is pape sealing. That's where we put down a polymer modified chip seal. What that does is it keeps those cracks from coming to the surface, but chip seals aren't very nice to ride on. So then we overlay it with a surface. Last time we used microsurfacing to do that. You can also use thin lift asphalt or other things to put down on top of that chip seal to give you a nicer ride surface.
CJ, I got a question.
Yeah.
When it says like $8 a square yard, what would it cost to do a mile of roadway? I guess my math isn't great. It doesn't. I guess I'm not.
Let me pull out my calculator. I can tell you that. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
No, it's okay.
So we have 5280 feet in a mile, and you have you have 24 feet width, basically. Then you divide that by the 9 to get the square yards. So roughly 14,000 square yards in a mile. And
Gotcha.
It obviously depends on the roadway width. That could vary.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the next thing that you get to is where the cracks are starting to get down into the base, the sub base. This is where you start getting almost into that structural area. Another way of dealing with it is, instead of covering it over like we are here, you can actually mill off the asphalt and put down new asphalt. So that looks great, but it's very expensive it's almost twice the cost of doing the Cape seal. So, and they both have roughly the same lifespan of 10 years. Now we start getting down into the 55, 50 range on the PCI scale, and we're starting into the poor area. This is where water has gotten into the road, or you've gotten a lot of traffic. Those cracks have started getting bad. It starts rutting. That's what this is here. Alligator cracking. Give you a little example there of alligator cracking. That's structural. This is where the pavement has actually failed. The base underneath it has failed, and that's when you start getting into expensive repairs. One thing you can do is patching. We do that in confined areas, but as you can see, $50 a square yard to put that in. It gets expensive very quickly. Once you start getting into larger areas, we start doing full depth reclamation. That's where we grind up the road, we add cement, we add water to it, we mix it up and put it down, and it's basically almost like a concrete base. And then we put asphalt on top of that. So once you get to the point roughly of 30% of your road has structural failures, it's cheaper to go ahead and do FDR. And that way it's both cheaper and you get the things that you haven't seen that are starting to fail in those other areas. So usually around 25–30% of the road is failing. That's when we start looking at FDR and a complete rebuild. That's $30 a square yard. That's just for the FDR. Then you have to put the asphalt on top of that. So that's usually, I'm sorry, that $30 a square yard is for both the FDR and the overlay. So compared to going through and patching it, that's $50 a square yard for patching and $30 to do the full depth reclamation and overlay. So this is kind of where that line is, where you start moving from environmental to structural issues. So what we do is we try to keep roads, rather than going down here where it starts getting very expensive, we try to keep the roads up in this area in a good condition. It's much less expensive to keep them in that area and let them to go down into that area where you have structural issues. And this is kind of what it looks like. So this is kind of what that original pavement is doing without doing anything. And instead of letting it decline there, about this point, we start looking at areas of bringing it up. So that's with the rejuvenators, that's with the seal coats, things like that. So we bring it back up to very good condition and let it go down and then repeat. You can only do that so far, though. There does get to be a point where you can only you can only put Band-Aids on for so long, and you actually do have to go in and reconstruct it. So I don't want you to think we can do that indefinitely. This is a new program that we've gotten. The board's permission and funding. I really appreciate that. It's been really helping me take a look at what we're doing over the years. And this is kind of showing you differences of what it looks like to do worst first versus trying to keep them in the better part of that curve. So in the worst first, this is where we are now roughly with our pavement condition. And it keeps us pretty close to that after 20 years if we did worst first. The problem though, is look at all of these roads now that are starting to get in worse and worse condition. So once we reach this level, we're going to have to start spending a ton of money to try to catch up to where we are now with just a few roads that are in that poor condition. If we do what we have been doing, which is to try to kind of balance that out, spend most of the money to keep the roads in good condition, then once you start getting to this point, you start spending some at the bottom to bring them back up and then repeating that. At the end of the 20 years, you are a little bit better than we are now, and you have not a very big backlog. So even though the pavement conditions index is about the same, where we are overall is in much better condition. And actually running through the numbers, this doesn't show quite a true picture. This is $800,000 a year until you get to this point, and you actually, they recommend you spending less in these 2 years, and then the next year going back up to $800,000. So you get a lot more bang for the buck. Like I said, there is a point though where once it gets down to this area, we tend to let the road kind of go. We'll patch very bad parts, but it doesn't make sense to keep putting Band-Aids on it and we'll wait till it gets down to this area and then we bring it back up and do that full depth reclamation. Again, this is where we are right now. We have roughly 12% of our roads in very good condition, 16% in good, 39% in fair, 31 to I guess below average, and only 0.2% in a poor condition. So we're doing okay. This is kind of another way of looking at it, of what we're doing over the years, and this is what that program gives us. We have $2 million right now, so we are going to be spending roughly $2 million this year, mostly in pavement preservation, doing both seal coats and rejuvenators. And then once you start getting into this area, that's where you start doing some of the more in-depth repairs. So that's kind of an idea of what we would be doing over the years based on what we've got. This was done several years ago, and it was kind of interesting. This was based at our $700,000 a year that we had. This was a few years ago, 2019, and kind of what they expected our roads to do over time if we kept that, and we did worst first. That's what that bottom line is. 700,000 a year, but trying to keep the roads in good condition and not doing them all on worst first is this line here. But we were able to bump it up a little bit. So we are actually somewhere in between these two lines is what we're doing now at 800,000 a year. What they expected at the time was 1.25 million to keep it kind of in this good condition at the end of 10 years. But I think we're doing a little bit better than that. So we're going to redo this, I think, next year and hope to see these curves change a little bit. One of the questions was, what would it take to bring us up into the 80 mark, which is when almost all of our roads are in at least good condition. That's roughly $1.5 million a year to bring us up into that point.
Based on that same, in our discussions we've had before, by the way, I'm a really strong advocate for public works, and what I'm about to ask you is going to be important in the budget conference. Have you calculated what it would cost to take the entire Matthews road inventory above the 80% mark at one time?
Yeah, at one time we did look at that. It was roughly $10 million to do that.
Thank you. That's the number I was looking for. Thank you. How long ago was that quotation made?
It was a year ago.
Okay. And how long would that take approximately?
Well, that's doing it all at one time. So that's if we put $10 million in 1 year.
Right. All in one, in other words, the scope of work would take 1 year to complete.
I didn't look into that. That's okay. I'm the one doing it, and I've got a lot of stuff on my plate besides this. So I hope I could do it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So thank you very much. So that's 110 miles, is it? Do we have now?
We have roughly 100 miles. We're at 99.97. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, CJ.
You're welcome. Any other questions before Dana starts with hers?
Hey, CJ.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. We look at typically getting X number of miles of road rejuvenated, repaired, full depth reclamation every year in some form or fashion. You don't have to do it tonight, but it would be part of the three-legged stool conversation about costs and CIP items. Can you work on, based on how many number of roads we have by number of roads we need to be working on every year, can you work on a dollar number where we should be when we're properly working year after year bringing up roads? Because I hear conversations about what would it cost to bring up all the roads at one time. That's a strategy, but it's not a successful strategy in the fact that if you do it all at one time, they all wear out at the same time. The idea is to continually roll year after year after year and keeping up that aesthetic. So if you could come up with a number that could plug into the system for the planning conference, that would be excellent. Yeah,
and that's kind of what this curve is here. So this was done a year or two ago, so we have to update it. But this $1.25 million is kind of what you're asking for.
You're still holding it to 1.25 though, with inflation and petroleum costs.
Yeah. So no, that's what I'm saying. We have to update it because costs have absolutely gone up. But I think we've also done better than the curve suggested that we would. So hopefully there's a little bit of balance in there.
Because I think one of the strategies is moving forward is with the reval, being able to utilize the reval and do a little bit of balancing act, maybe put more money in your coffer to have that yearly expenditure added over where we're at today.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
The only thing I would add is CJ. I think what CJ's brought to us is this methodical way of approaching this. But you do, under this philosophy, you kind of let the bad roads go, right? And that is painful for the people that live on those bad roads. So I think one of the ways to look at this as well is not only bumping up the number, but also these roads that are in poor condition, what's that? Is that $10 million? Is that $5 million? And can you put a slug there to bring the whole group up? And then you start dumping in whatever 1.3 or 1.5 or whatever the number is to keep us going.
And what I'm hearing, CJ, and I think what I'm hearing is that if all the roads were brought to a 80% or higher rating at one time, the yearly maintenance cost of those roads would be greatly reduced. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I can make one comment here, particularly for our newer commissioners. As Hazen said, this is something that's really hard for our constituency to understand. It was hard for me to understand. I remember when I first met CJ many years ago, and he says, "Hey, we need to hire somebody to do a study to help us figure out which roads to pave." I said, "I can tell you which roads to pave. Let's drive around town. That one's wore out. Let's do that one." So understanding why maybe that's not the best way to go about it, it's kind of difficult to explain, but it is the best route. Financially, it's the best route for us to go. And as Hazen said, that will cause some people to be in roads that are not that great. And I'll include my neighborhood. My neighborhood roads, Ashley Creek, our roads are certainly not in great shape, but we understand we're waiting a little bit longer before we get them repaved. So just something you need to understand and try to explain to our constituents, because some people do get upset. There are some roads that are in really bad shape. I personally advocated for Morningwood, which was in very bad, very, very bad shape, almost failing shape, and we finally got that repaved. But the way CJ and Public Works have gone about this is very methodical, and it makes sense if you look at it. Without another big infusion of money, as Commissioner Tufano suggested, but how we go about it, and not necessarily always paving the very worst road, but maintaining the ones that are doing well. So just want to bring that up.
I have a quick question for you, CJ. Morningwood that the mayor just brought up, is that something that the town paid for to be paved last time, and NCDOT paid for it?
Right, that's a state maintained road.
Okay, I didn't know how it was expedited to get them to get the work done. So that was my question.
So I let our roads get into somewhat poor condition, but nowhere near there.
Yeah, I had DOT board members come out and ride down the road with me in my truck and bounce up and down, and they're like, "Wow, this is really bad." I'm like, "Told you." So we finally got their attention with help from CJ and town staff as well.
Thank you for doing that. I'm sure that a lot appreciate it.
All right, CJ, any other questions? Dana, you're up next.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Just bear with me for a moment. Okay. Let's see. Did I share the right screen? Are you seeing a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So for those who don't know me, I'm Dana Stujanki. I am in Public Works. I am the transportation planner in the engineering division. And I'm happy tonight to present all of our transportation projects. We've got a lot going on. We're 17 square miles and we've got 17 projects going on. We've got 2 studies, 4 multi-use paths, and 11 road improvement projects at this time. And if you all see this little URL code down here, you can have access to this map. It's on our town website, and it helps sort of tell you what project is what. So I'm going to just start out with NCDOT. So NCDOT is a major agency partner for the town and obviously for the state. NCDOT has been having a lot of fiscal issues in the past couple of years, and it's really compromised what we call the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is the STIP. And I will apologize because I occasionally slip into acronym mode. So please stop me if if I'm saying too many acronyms, I will try to say what they are before I say them. So this STIP is basically a master list of all of our projects throughout the state. And the reason I put this chart up on the screen, and let's see if I can get my mouse over here. So there's 3 pots of money. There's a statewide pot that has the most money total. And then you've got the regional pot, which basically has projects that there's sort of regions in the state and they compete for money, and that has the second amount of most money in the pot. And then we have division needs. So we're in division 10, which is right here, down here. And this pot, this division needs pot, has the least amount of money and is highly competitive. And so basically we're in a holding pattern right now, if you will. This is really going to be the first time the STIP that is going to be redrafted in 2022. We're not adding any new projects to that STIP, which is pretty unheard of. We are actually taking projects, and I say we, Ncdot is taking projects off of the STIP because of the fiscal issues that they're having, which is, again, I can't remember in all the years I've been doing this, them ever doing, having to take out projects. So the final STIP will be adopted by the Board of Transportation in December of 2022. And the reason I say all this is because I wanted you to understand what's going on with our projects and why, because all of our projects, and most of them are tied to Ncdot. Okay, we're going to start with the studies first. And these 2 studies that are going on are the Silver Line studies. And for those folks who may not be as familiar with the Silver Line, which is a CATS, Charlotte Area Transit System project, basically from Belmont into potentially Union County, there will be a Silver Line light rail going through this corridor, wrapping around uptown, going down basically Independence and then switching over to Monroe, weaving through Matthews and then going into Union County. And so we have finished up the rail trail study. So this was actually a Hayes and Susan thing. They wanted a rail trail study in the town of Matthews when Silver Line came through as sort of a way to preserve the corridor. And then CATS was like, wait, we should do this for the whole corridor. So the whole corridor got this massive study that took multiple years to look at how a rail trail could happen next to actual rail. And so that study was completed. We wrapped up in September or October for that one, and we included it in our I believe in our bike ped composite at that time. And so now we're you all in February, we're here, the transit-oriented design study, and that's coming in February to you all to listen to that. And basically that is how development's going to happen around those stations. We're going to potentially have 4 stations, and how that density and those impacts will happen, and what's the good, what's the bad kind of stuff for that. Moving on, we've got the Silver Line alignment study. And so this is ongoing. This is ongoing until they move to right-of-way phase. This is something that's very time intensive. There's actually 2 meetings a week on this for the corridor. So that's something that, Susan and I, we tag team on those meetings. Then we've got multi-use paths. The town of Matthews and Corey went before me. Our Park and Rec department has done an amazing job with our multi-use paths. Public Works, we support them and help build these facilities with them, and in partnership with either the county and or Ncdot. 4 Mile Creek is one of those examples. So that's down here on Trade Street. Basically, it's the underpass for the Greenway to get under Trade Street. It is a Ncdot County Town of Matthews collaboration. It is it's in right of way right now. There's very little right of way to get. And then it's going to have construction over the summer, and the next, and the completion date is hopefully 2023. We've got the Sam Newell multi-use path, which is up here in this part of town. And well, actually it's up here. Yeah, right here, sorry. And this project is connecting the elementary school, Crown Point Elementary School, basically to the neighborhoods in that corridor. It's also tying into Irving's Creek Greenway, which Corey spoke about earlier this evening. And that's a very exciting project. It's locally managed here that I do in coordination with Ncdot. We have consultant teams working on that, and that fiscal year 24-25 hopefully will be completed for that one. we are also working on, so EB, and I apologize, these are the Ncdot reference numbers. I'll try not to say those, but those are easy way for you to refer to a project if you're talking to anyone with anyone in Ncdot. So the NC51 project is a multi-use path, basically from Trade Street up to Independence Point Parkway, and that is something that hopefully will happen. This is one of those projects I'm worried about, like whether it's going to get pulled from the STIP because we haven't started it yet. And that is in 2027, that's potential completion date. And then we've got this Irving's Creek Greenway, which Corey talked about earlier tonight, which is that partnership with the county and the town, and the county is building that facility. And then I threw in the sidewalk project. It's not a multi-use path, it's a sidewalk, and it's in downtown at North Ames Street to complete the sidewalk section near West Matthews Street. And that's something that's locally administered. We got money from Community Development Block Grants, and that should be built completion 2023. So now we're going to the Ncdot projects. These are 10 projects. They are in order of completion dates. So we've got 10 projects, could be completed as this project 2023, and it goes all the way down to basically beyond 2030. And I'll go through each one of these projects. I have slides for each of these projects. So just want to show you a sort of spatial reference to where all these projects are. So, we're hitting a lot of parts of town. And again, these are projects we've submitted to Ncdot, and we have this planning organization, Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and we submit them to them, and then they get ranked, and then they go up to the state and they get ranked, and then potentially, we get money for them. So the first project we'll talk about, completion date, is roughly 2022, maybe 2023. This is basically the express lanes on 485. It starts at I-77, goes all the way into US 74. And this is one express lane on each direction. And then we have, with this project, we have a couple other projects that are tied together, including Weddington Interchange and John Street Interchange modification. So I'll talk about those in one sec. Let's start with Weddington Road. Weddington Road is going to have an interchange, in the intersection of 45 and Weddington. But the project itself is pretty lengthy. It goes all the way from Winterbrook all the way down to Mckee Road, and there's going to be basically a widening there. We've been working in collaboration with not just Ncdot, but our friends over at CDOT, so the Charlotte Department of Transportation, is this side of the road. So we've got lots of jurisdictions, lots of chefs in the kitchen trying to make this project really successful. One of the things that we did in really, I thought, very well, we collaborated on the intersection project here down at Mckee Road. There were some additional bonus allocation dollars through the CRTPO, which is that Charlotte Regional Planning Organization, that we went after, I guess about 18 months ago or so, to try to get this intersection improved. We knew that there was going to be some issues here. Ncdot didn't have any more money. So we did get this project funded. So it's got this new way, the Ncdot has changed the way they're labeling projects. So this one is HL0024. And that is that Mckee Road intersection project. In theory, the interchange will be completed in 2024. And open to traffic, and then right after that, they'll start on the intersection project, which would take about a year. I'm going to jump over to John Street, and the reason I'm jumping to John Street now is because this AB section of John Street, there's 3 sections of this project. This AB section of John Street is that interchange modification that's being built with the I-5507 project, which is the 485 Weddington project. So that's, I'm sure folks have seen the clearing and the work that they're doing now on the interchange modification. The project that's the AA section is from Trade Street into town, from Trade Street into 45. This section, we asked multiple years ago for it to be delayed. It has been delayed, and that's why you see such a range of completion dates up here. 2024 is basically the modification interchange, and then we don't know when the completion date would be for Trade Street 245. And then the AC section, I-45 to the county line. This project goes well into Union County, but for our purposes, we stop at the county line. And so, John, so 45 to the county line is that AC section, and that's currently in right of way. So currently, NCDOT agents are out there doing right of way, and that is scheduled, to as soon as they get right away to move into construction. Okay, further up John Street is Cray Ridge extension project. So that is going to take, it's a new alignment. We got money, bonus allocation dollars. Again, that was that same pot of money that we got for the intersection. And we were able to get these dollars, and we are projected to have this project go from East John Street over to Tanktown Road. Initially, we were stopping before Tanktown Road. Tanktown, because of the railroad tracks, it's complex. We always wanted to go over Tanktown Road, but we just weren't sure if we were going to be able to get enough money. One of the projects that had the bonus allocation in the course of the past 12 months or so decided not to take the money. So we were able to go in this last round of applications in the fall and get the dollars. They will officially become a part of the project, I believe, in the March CRTPO meeting. So we fully anticipated getting them. This is a quirky project. This was locally submitted. However, because of some things that are just in sort of red tape, NCDOT has to manage this project, which is fine. They can manage the project, but we have to highly coordinate with them and make sure that we're in lockstep agreement with everything, because we are responsible for the cost overruns. This project, the nice part about this project was it was zero match. So we literally had zero match for this project. Let's see, moving on to Mckee Road. So Mckee Road, this is a little further out, but it's this road, we, the town, contributed about $2 million to this road project. We were able to shift the dollars. Initially, it was going to be for the construction phase. We asked, again, about 6 to 12 months ago, to have it moved to the right-of-way phase, because NCDOT, with all their fiscal problems, they were not going to be able to do the right-of-way as fast as we wanted them to. So they were able to switch that. So now we're in good position to get completion by 2026. We hope to get this bid in 2024, and they're hoping to coordinate that with the John Street effort so that it all works seamlessly. So we keep our fingers crossed on that. Then moving further up, the corridor, or I should say the 45 corridor to Idlewild Road. This project is 4913 Idlewild Road, which is basically from Stallings Road to, well, it says Stevens Ridge, but it's basically to 45 now. This project got value engineered. We initially had this project where Stallings Road and Hooks Lane, they was going to create a roundabout. The Stallings Road has real issues with turning movements. And so by putting the roundabout in, it was going to be able to handle traffic and not need a light and things like that. But unfortunately, because of the fiscal issues NCDOT is having, they decided to value engineer that piece out of the project. So we are still getting the diverging diamond interchange, which looks a little intimidating, but it actually functions really well, and it's really good for pedestrians. And we have a lot of what I consider generators and attractors on either side of this corridor. So you've got shopping and those type of things sort of in the Stalling side, and then on the Min Hill side, because this is Min Hill, this is Matthews. Min Hill has Stevens Creek Nature Preserve, which is 250 acres that are in permanent preservation that you can get to off of Hooks Lane right here. So you having something over 45 that pedestrians can use, and that's what the diverging diamond is really good at handling as pedestrian. You put all the pedestrians in the middle of the structure, which sounds sort of quirky, but we've walked, Susan and I have taken field trips out and about to walk this in Cornelius, and it's really, really comfortable. It's actually much more comfortable because it's so big because they pushed the sidewalks basically together and they've raised it, and you have sort of walls. It's a real protective space. So that's something that I think will hopefully be a really good fit. This was pushed out to 2029 completion, and we'll see what happens because Stallings is uncomfortable with the cross section on their side of town. So we'll see how that plays out in the future year. Okay, hopefully I haven't lost anyone. We are going to move on to US 74. I could give an hour presentation on this project, but I won't. It is really, really, really complex, but I'll simplify it by saying that US 74 is going to be in the future a toll lane. So they want to have US 74, just to orient you, this is 74. They want to have this section of 74 or 74 itself as a toll lane facility. In order to do that, we, the locals, have been working with our development community to, as rezonings come in, to connect pieces of this road. So we can have the Northeast Parkway can be a completed route, as well as the Independence Point corridor can be a completed route. Ncdot had agreed to make all of this happen in this one giant project. However, with funding issues last year, I don't know if it was 18 months ago or so at this point, we started with the segmentation plan. And so we pulled apart the project and we created segments. Ncdot said, don't worry, everything's committed. It's just going to take us a while to fund everything. We're like, oh, okay, that's fine. Over the summer, they said, we are having major funding issues. We can't commit to funding all of this. Let's go back to the drawing boards and what pieces do we need? What pieces can we push out to the future? So after a lot of negotiation and hard work and you know, we're sort of still in process because until the STIP comes out in the summer, do we really know how this is all gonna unfold? But what we're seeing is this dark blue segment. So the dark blue segments are the ones that are currently funded for the current STIP. So they're committed, they will be funded. So there's segment numbers, letters. So C10, so this is Matthews Mint Hill. That's a bridge over Matthews Mint Hill. This section, which is a very tiny section, basically by Academy Sports over here and by Butler High Schools up here. Then we have C11, that is because of Hazen and the Mayor Pro Tem Gardner, we were able to secure C11 as well. And that's something that is behind Home Depot. That is a project that's behind Home Depot, and it's very expensive and it's a bridge section. So no developer is going to build this willingly. So Ncdot is hopefully going to be able to build that for us. And then we've got the Samuel section, which will be a bridge. It's not going to be at grade anymore. And then the section here at Sardis Road North, which is not in the town, but is obviously very important to us as well. There's more up to this project in the Charlotte side. I'm not showing all of the Charlotte side. And then on the Northeast Parkway corridor, this section from Sardis Road all the way to Windsor Square will be completed as well. So when you see the purple segment, so this segment here from basically Sardis Road all the way into 485, and everything that's purple, including 51, that is going to be reprioritized. So it has to be rescored, which isn't great news for us, but it's going to be scored in the statewide mobility pot, which has the most money, and we believe it's going to score fairly well. It has high traffic volume, and it is the kind of project statewide mobility is going to score. Unfortunately, the statewide mobility funding pot has no money at this point, but we think it will once money picks up again. We will be successful with that. The bad news is that all these light blue segments, so C5 segment down here, C9, and then this really large segment of C12 that basically crosses 485 into Campus Ridge by the community college, is all going to be all has to be rescored, and it all is going to go in the division needs projects category, which has the least amount of money and is highly competitive. And because like C12 is very expensive because of the bridge section over 485. So again, we have to see how this all plays out. So that is, in a nutshell, U2509. Got a couple more to go through. We got NC51 widening and CFI. So this project starts at Sardis Road, ends at John Street. It goes from a 4-lane to a 6-lane with a median raised intersection. We've got a continuous flow intersection at NC 51 and John Street. And then there is a hybrid, a pedestrian hybrid beacon at 51 and Reedy Hall Lane. And that's in 29. And then this is the other section of 51. This is further up near, it actually goes into Mid Hill. This is from Idlewild down into Matthews Township Parkway. And again, this is that widen from 4 to 6 lanes with a raised median. And on sort of a final note, you know, all of these projects take a lot of my time as well as Susan and Eric's time to coordinate, to make sure that we can get what we need from NCDOT and our other partner agencies. So, you know, like I said before, I manage the Sam Knoll MUP and the North Ames Street project. We are constantly working with CATS with, you know, meetings multiple times a week. We have the Grey Lock Ridge extension collaboration with NCDOT that is heavy lift, regional collaboration with the 2509 project, which is settled down a bit, which is great. We just have to keep an eye on it to make sure that we get what we want. We've got weekly meetings with the 5507 projects. That's a 485 project that Eric, who's on the engineering team, he coordinates with NCDOT. And then, like I said, we are constantly coordinating with our regional partners, Ncdot, Charlotte Department of Transportation, NCDOT coordination on all these projects. So we are busy, but it's really important work and it's a lot of fun doing it. So I'm Yankee, I talk fast, so I apologize, and I'm happy to answer questions, and I can stop sharing.
Dana, I have a quick question about the Trade Street to 485 project, the AA, I think you called it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that imply that the Trade and John Street intersection would be completely redesigned?
The Trade and John Street intersection. In theory. So we are right now, Commissioner Tella, we have, let's see, we've delayed that section, right? So there's a plan out there. We are not in agreement with NCDOT of what that plan is. That's why we've asked for a delay. I'm more than happy to, you know, share offline some of the details of that. But the bottom line is we want to work with NCDOT to get something better. And quite frankly, NCDOT doesn't have a whole lot of money anymore. So we want to make sure that whatever we design, whatever in the future year that we design is what is appropriate for and at the scale that we want for the town. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I just interpreted that phrase to mean to make it easier to get from Trade Street to 485, which would mean a redesign of the Trade John Street intersection.
Right, and so the bottom line is there may potentially be a redesign of if you're talking about specifically the intersection at Trade and John Street. I don't know what that is yet. Like there's designs out there, but there's so many years out and there's so many variables that we see it as a work in progress.
I'll take that offline with you, Dana. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I just want to make a real quick comment that, and particularly for the benefit or acknowledge the great benefit that Dana and Susan give to myself and Renee Garner and Mayor Pro Tem McCool as we serve on all these different commissions, MTC and CARTPO, et cetera. You can see the scale and complexity of all these projects. And I often tell Dana, I want her to know that she makes me sound a lot more intelligent than I really am by giving me all this good information. So we really appreciate it, and Susan as well, that keeping the rest of all these projects and making us aware of what questions to ask and to make sure that Matthews is well represented. And I get asked at about every one of those meetings when we're going to allow Dana and or Susan to go work in another town, and I said never. So thank you, Dana, for all you help us with, because again, these are very complex projects, and she really dives into them deeply and advises us very well. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Any other questions? I'm happy to answer.
Hazen, do we want to try to go on without a break, or do you want to put off HR and communications for later?
Yeah, I think we should. And also two other things. Jay didn't get a chance to talk about the entertainment district, which is really important. And then we did want to bring you all an update on the strategic plan and vision. So I think it is wisest to, we'll pick out some 5:30 meetings and brief the board. Because it's 10 till.
Yeah, it's like the guest on the Tonight Show that gets bumped. So sorry about that. But yeah, we'll catch up with those folks next time. And why don't we take a very quick break and we'll come back for our 7 o'clock meeting.
Oh, Mr. Buckley. Hey, Charlie.
Good evening. How are you this evening, Reverend?
I'm good. I'm good. I woke up again another day.
Another good day.
Another good day.
All right, everyone, it is 6:59. Please make your way back to your seats. Turn on your camera, prepare for the meeting.
Lori, if you can hear me, I don't see myself up on the screen. Did you admit me? Or do I have to come out? Or do I have to come out and back in again? Oh, there I am.
You're part
There
of
I
it.
am. Thank
Let
you.
me see.
You're
I
welcome.
can see you. All right, Lori, we ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody to our Board of Commissioners meeting for January 24th, 2022. We just had a earlier 5:30 meeting, discussed some planning topics that was very fruitful. I'd like to remind everyone, due to the spike of COVID-19 cases in the region, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners will be conducted remotely once again. Mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled individually to state their vote for the record and also ask to raise their hand or otherwise visually indicate how they will vote. Tonight, our moment of reflection will come from Commissioner Garner.
Good evening. In honor of Thich Nhat Hanh's recent passing, I would like to offer a quote by him. The source of love is deep in us, and we can help others realize a lot of happiness. One word, one action, one thought can reduce another person's suffering and bring that person to joy.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. I'd also like to recognize Commissioner Garner for attending this meeting while ill, as Commissioner Urban did during our last meeting. It's going around, but I appreciate your dedication and your willingness to participate, even though you're not necessarily feeling the best. So thank you. Move on to agenda item number 3, Pledge of Allegiance. As soon as we get our visual flag up, there it is. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 4, I'd like to ask Fire Chief Rob Kinneberg to introduce Fire and EMS Deputy Chief Kent Davis.
Where'd he go? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. We're really happy to introduce, I guess for the first time in public, Deputy Chief Kent Davis. As you're aware, we did a very extensive search, and it's always refreshing to find out the talent that you have in your local area is quite impressive. Kent comes to us after almost 30 years with the Charlotte Fire Department, where he served in a multitude of capacities, company officer on a rescue company, battalion chief downtown, and most recently the division chief over special operations, where he oversaw hazmat, urban search and rescue, the rescue services, and Charlotte's deployment assets. Kent has volunteer experience growing up in Buncombe County. He was a former member of the Newell Fire Department in the UNCC area. And now he's also a member of the Cornelius Fire Department on the North End. He's been with us for 2 weeks and he keeps coming back every day. So that's a really good sign. He's spent the last 2 weeks getting to know the people, looking at our operations. I'm sure you're going to enjoy interacting with Kent. Kent will be the operations deputy chief overseeing the firefighters and EMTs on a daily basis as we grow and as we develop our rescue services. So I'm very happy to have Kent with us. I think the future is very bright for the Matthews Fire and EMS Department.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Davis, you have quite an impressive resume, so thank you for coming to the town of Matthews. Would you like to say a few words tonight?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to be here. It's a very progressive department. A lot of good things are coming, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Great. Welcome. We're glad to have you. Move on to agenda item number 5, a COVID update from Chief Kinnenberg.
Council, this report comes from the Mecklenburg County COVID dashboard dated January 21st and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Health COVID-19 situation report dated January 18th and a policy group meeting we had last week. Currently, the 7-day positivity average is 33.1% based on an average of 41,428 tests a day. The 7-day average positivity rate has declined slightly, but has leveled off again. In Mecklenburg County, they count almost 238,000 cumulative cases with just under 1,400 deaths countywide, and 71 facilities are in outbreak status, meaning that they have a cluster of COVID patients in their residence. At that 33.1%, we're considered to be in high community spread based on the North Carolina system. Locally, 619 people are hospitalized due to COVID, a steady increase from the low of 140 back in November, early November. Hospitals report 90 COVID patients in ICU, and that 92% of those patients are unvaccinated, and 72% of ICU patients are aged 18 to 64. 65% of Mecklenburg County residents are partially vaccinated, 61 are fully vaccinated, and 47% have received their boosters. Other than boosters, the vaccination numbers are relatively flat. General comments on public safety: medic, police, fire, and other first responders reporting high numbers of employees impacted by COVID. Matthews PD has been particularly hard hit with 12 or more out due to COVID. They have reassigned staff to cover shortages in patrol and dispatch. Medic has made modifications to the response protocols to reduce first responder dispatch and better utilize available ambulances. General comments on the hospitals. The last council meeting, Commissioner Tofano raised the question of hospitalized breakthrough cases. That number is roughly, on January 5th, Atrium reported a 72% increase over 2 weeks in adult COVID patients on life support, and that 92% of the hospitalized ICU patients were unvaccinated. Novant reported 85% of the patients on life support were unvaccinated. And as of January 13th, the average number has increased to 92%. Governor Cooper has requested FEMA assistance for the healthcare sector due to the strain on hospital staffing. Public health, Raynard Washington, the new director of public health, feels that we have not yet reached the peak impacts of Omicron based on the experience of other more seriously impacted jurisdictions. Here in Matthews, we have implemented the CDC modified 5-day isolation standard for return to work. We've drafted mandatory overtime policies should COVID-19 run through the fire department. And as I'd mentioned, police department has shifted personnel to cover patrol. The OSHA vaccination and testing requirement that was set to go into effect on January 9th has been struck down by the Supreme Court. That would have required vaccinations or weekly testing for employees with employees of employers with more than 100 employees. That's a lot of employees and employers. So that's the end of my report. I'll entertain any questions you may have.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
What is the county's positivity rate compared to the state? Is there a big difference in those two numbers?
Mecklenburg County's is slightly higher. I can look that number up for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, thank you for that report about the breakdown of vaccinated versus unvaccinated in hospitals. But I had asked for a breakdown of all cases in Mecklenburg County. Policy statement from the Department of Health about whether or not they collected that data, and if not, why. Were you able to get that policy statement from them?
As I recall, you had correspondence with Dr. Washington, who explained the limitations of that reporting that you requested.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I want to give a special thanks to Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell, who was listening in on last session, and she personally made that contact, and that started the whole dialogue. So if you're listening tonight also, Commissioner, thank you very much. But the outcome of that dialogue was that the information is indeed not collected. And it's not collected at the county level, nor is it collected at the state level. So thank you very much for your report, Chief.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, Chief, I have a comment and then one question. You stated that y'all had mandated down to 5-day isolation. Is that for employees that have been fully vaccinated, or all employees that if they caught COVID and not showing any symptoms, do they do 5 days that's fully vaccinated? How does that work?
The CDC has provided a flow chart that we look at an employee's vaccination status and their prior experience with COVID to determine which track they take. The goal in the 5-day modified is to return them to duty as early as feasible, provided that their symptoms are resolving or gone. The CDC considers someone who has had COVID within the last, and don't quote me on this, I think it's 30 days, to be the equivalent to someone who is vaccinated for the next 90 days.
I got you. Okay, so what I was looking at is that 5 days I thought was for those people who had caught COVID but was not showing any symptoms, 5 days isolated. That was my understanding.
Yes, sir. They have to be away from work for at least 5 days if they have tested positive.
With no symptoms.
Either way, if their symptoms are resolved at the end of the 5 days, they can return to work.
Okay.
On the 6th day.
All right. So my next is announcement. Now tomorrow, we are going to have another drive-through testing at Mount Moriah from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's drive-through. You don't have to get out of your car. But if you want, this is the second one we've done every week for the last 2 weeks, and we can do this continuous since it's so high and try to find, but you don't have an appointment, just drive around through the site, get tested, and you don't have to wait because they're not doing the instant, but it's through Mecklenburg County Health Department. I just wanted to get that announcement out to everybody. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitley. Very professional service that you have there at your church. I've been through a couple times being tested, so I recommend it as a good place to go if you want to get tested. Do you have any other questions or comments for Chief Kinnenberg? Not seeing any. Let me just say, I think most of you know that my son is a student at NYU in New York City, and he shared with me that in New York City, and you may have seen this in the national news, the positivity rates and things and cases are actually declining fairly substantially. I was speaking to Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles yesterday, and she said that's certainly not the case here in Mecklenburg County, and she reiterated some of the numbers that Chief Kinnenberg gave us tonight. So I would like for everyone to kind of keep that in mind. We're not out of the woods with a 30% positivity rate. I had a close friend pass away this past week from COVID that caught the disease and died very quickly. So it's still out there. It's still around. We're not out of the woods yet. So please take caution. I think I still urge people to get vaccinated, but I think people at this point have made up their mind whether or not they're going to get vaccinated. We're not going to see a whole lot more that aren't. They're going to choose to do so, but please be careful. It's 30% positivity rate. There's a lot of COVID out there going around near Matthews, in Matthews, and Mecklenburg County. So proceed with caution. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next item. Mr. Manager, do we have anything to be added to the agenda tonight?
Mayor, I don't have anything to add to the agenda.
Commissioner Garner.
Mayor, I would like to talk about removing an item from the agenda. There is an item, and probably several, but the pedestrian safety initiative for Trade Street is something we'll discuss at the planning conference. I would like to make a motion that we remove that from the agenda and wait until the planning conference so we can discuss it in full at that time.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove item, what is that, 10.
10B, I'm sorry, I should have
10B.
included that in my motion.
Is there any discussion on this before I call the vote?
Yes, I'd like to know the rationality behind that motion.
As I said, that it's something we're going to deep dive in at the planning conference, and the redundancy may confuse the issue. It's something that I advocated for when we discussed affordable housing, and would like to see the bulk of that discussion contained within the planning conference.
This matter is of great importance and significance to the population of Matthews. It's also of significance to the businesses along the Trade Street corridor. And there's been a lot of effort and energy put into bringing this subject to the forefront. And to deny that at this meeting, I think is a misjustice to those people that have been expecting action in this area. So that is my comment.
My motion stands.
Do we have any further comment on this motion or questions? If not, I'm going to call the vote. Commissioner Whitley.
So yes, and we're going to discuss. It's not that we're getting rid of it more, but we're going to discuss it in a couple of weeks anyway. Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Hoover.
Mayor, you didn't get a second to that motion.
Yeah, I did. Mayor Pro Tem McCool seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I didn't hear that.
Commissioner Hoover, how do you vote? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Commissioner Hoover.
Hear more about, wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to hear more about it, learn more about it. I just want to be sure this will be an issue that will be on the planning conference in February. Will that be a definite? Because I know we were saying there's only going to be certain things put on it. And if this is something that we will discuss, because I'd like to hear about it. Like to learn more. So I just don't know. Are we going to?
Yes, it will be on the planning conference agenda.
Okay, if it's definitely going to be in there, then I will support removing it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoover. Commissioner Garner. Did I call you already?
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Tofano.
Opposed.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Tofano voting negative. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, public comment. May now indicate your desire to make a public comment by using Zoom's raise your hand feature. If you have a desktop or mobile device, click raise hand in the webinar controls. You'll be recognized by the name listed in your Zoom window. If you have joined by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand and you'll be recognized by your telephone number. Once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera if you have one, and state your name for the record. You will have up to 4 minutes to speak. Our town clerk will call on people by their name or number. Lori, have we had anybody sign up?
No one signed up and no one is asking to speak now.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, the consent agenda. Items A through G.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda A through G2.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have discussion.
Okay, second from Commissioner Urban. Commissioner Tofano?
Yeah, I just wanted to verify with our town attorney that the resolution in no way authorizes the staff to go out for a bid for the design build. Is that correct, Mr. Buckley?
Mr. Commissioner, I sent you a response to your email earlier.
Yes.
But it does authorize them. If you adopt this, you also, not only are you approving what's required for design build, the criteria for it, but you are authorizing them to submit for RFQs. But they will have to bring that back to the board for final approvals and final contracts.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Tofano, do you have a desire to remove this item from the consent agenda?
No, not at all.
Okay. Is your question fully answered?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban, I believe, right? Take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go on to item 9A, unfinished business. Receive final developer presentations on 122 Matthews Station Street. Mr. Camp.
Good evening, everyone. And before we get started and turn it over to our developer, I just wanted to say to Commissioners Hoover and Tofano, do you want a recap about this Matthews Station project, or you just want to go straight into presentations? We spent some time last year, going into detail about the history, and I didn't know if you wanted a quick recap or not.
I'm fine with progressing forward.
I'm okay with it as well.
Okay, great. I just wanted to check. One bit of news we do have this evening, and I believe Lori emailed you, developer B has withdrawn from the project. Been trying to get in touch with them over the past several weeks and got word this morning that they regretted that they could not continue with their interest in this site. So we just have one presentation for you this evening from developer A, and as spelled out in the timeline document that the board approved last year, we've specified 15 minutes this evening for a final presentation. So I'll keep a clock running here, and we've got MB, and then I believe Sean was going to join as well, or just you, MB?
I have joined with Sean.
There he is. Okay, sorry. So thank you, MB, for joining us this evening. Sean as well. When you get started with your presentation, I will go ahead and start the clock, and you've got 15 minutes.
I'm sorry to interrupt very briefly. Mr. Urban needs to speak for a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
I had my hand raised. Look, in the corner,
yeah, it was
right there. Mr. Mayor, as always, on these two items, number 9A and 9B, for the last few months, I've accused myself because of the involvement of my firm.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Didn't see your hand. Be more attentive. Thank you.
All right, MB, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, good evening, respected mayor. Good evening, all the commissioners. Thank you for having me and giving me an opportunity once again to present. I'm sharing my screen. I hope you all able to see it. So we're trying to create the Matthews Market Hall proposal, and my company name is Brum Investment LLC. And in fact, the space that we're trying to create has many possibilities. We're trying to create the walkable, friendly retail concentrated incubator, place for the community pride, place for the commerce, which will support and encourage small enterprises, startups, artists, culinary talent, antique collector, and many more small businesses to come in a single space to do the business. So in fact, it will create the space for the Instagrammable space. Can you go backward? So this mixed-use building features that I want to present, all the building design, which will go on the next slide right in a few minutes. So I want to talk about the appearances that broken into the three distinct facade to complement the surrounding development while maintaining the Matthews downtown feel. The Market Hall facade is in the feature element of the project with the civic-minded appearance in the size and the scale with the entry column connecting back to the town hall architecture. The second floor will be overlooking the ground floor and be easily accessible with the monumental stairs and the elevator to the rooftop. Green rooftop feature for co-working and community gathering. That's what we have dedicated this space. And the murals by the local artists will be represented in the various area of the building, including the living wall facade feature and the courtyard, which will extend the food and the beverage services from the indoor and the outdoor. So now we can talk about a little bit what kind of a business that we see that will be happening into this market hall. So micro retail, as we know, small businesses will be encouraged to come and do the business here within the first floor and the second floor. The local food and the beverages, pop-up stalls, clothing and apparel, small tele pharmacy, florist, jewelry, pottery, art, and so forth. There are many possibilities for the small business to come into this market hall to do the business. The rooftop essentially will be a kind of a co-working space or the event space for the different kind of a gathering. Now we will kind of deep into building some of the features and the rendering that I have. So this, what you see is the front elevation or the side elevation. So this side entry, it's right across the bank, PNC Bank, that we can enter, or from the Matthews Station Street, we can also enter in the market hall. So this kind of give you the feeling of the front elevation going through the Matthews Station Street. This is towards rail side of the building, that the back side of the building we can call, which you can see the different facade of the brick that you can see. And we have tried to incorporate some living wall feature into that as well. Now, if you can see, this gives you a little aerial type of a view of the building, along with some rooftop. The rooftop will be partially covered, air conditioning, and partially will be the space with a lot of greenery and outdoor feature. Now that you can see the rooftop elements that we're trying to show here, that people will be gathering outside area, where you can see a lot of greenery. And here you can also see through, that's partial roof and partially people standing, sitting outside. You can see the little close-up feature, how it will kind of a look. It's we're trying to give the night view, pergola lights and so forth, so to get the better feeling for the roof. This just gives a little bit inside the hallway, how it will appear. So this is what my presentation consists of, some of the feature, and I would open up any questions you may all have.
Have any questions, comments, feedback? Commissioner Tofano.
Yeah, MB, thank you very much for this. It's a beautiful building, and definitely something like that is needed in this area. Not that I'm all that enamored with the current architecture on Matthews Station Street, but this particular architecture that you're proposing seems totally doesn't have any continuity with what's currently there. I just wanted to throw that out and get others' opinions on that. But for the building itself, I mean, I think it's a lovely, lovely design.
Yeah, I will. I would echo that comment. In particular, what struck me was the color of the brick being very different than the surroundings. But I do agree that it's an attractive building. Are there other comments? Commissioner Garner, did you have a comment?
I'm curious if the apartments are still a part of this, or is it offices and retail?
So no apartment. This is a place of only retail and the commerce, and we call it market hall. So definitely there is no residential involvement on this building.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoover?
Yeah, I do like the idea of selling this little plot of land. I think it would be good for the town. Plus, we will get revenue from the development. I am concerned a little of the design of the building, but I'm looking at it more of an aspect of the funds we would receive. I would like to know, where would these funds go? Can we earmark them? And because I just don't want them to disappear just into the general fund, and we don't know when we might maybe, I don't know, maybe take this money and put it towards something else.
It's a great question. I do definitely think we should figure out something, roll it back in the community, right? Figure out, we'll roll it into downtown. I think that's certainly within the, y'all's decision, and where's the biggest bang for the buck as the board sees it. That I think that would be a fun endeavor exercise for y'all to go through. Staff would support that.
Commissioner McCool.
MB, I remember the last time you came to us, there was a space between what would be your building and the buildings that are already there. Is there still that space? And are you still planning on doing maybe like little bistro tables or a mural or something in that space?
So yeah, I'll go over that slide one more time, just so you guys can see that. Just give me 1 second. So between right between that building, there will be some small Beantown building, and there will be alleyways, and that alleyways essentially will be covered with some element of the murals and seating area, courtyard area between the Beantown building and this building. That red facade, the brick facade, and we try to incorporate all of those are a different layer of a bricks. So brick can be changed in the color if some of the commissioner don't like, that red brick can be continuation, but we try to break down into the 3 different facade look. And I have another picture which I will able to share later, which will give you the mural and all those.
MB, I can pull that up. I do have the
Sure.
access to that. So if I'm given granted the the sharing power, I can pull that up.
That's fine if you would like to do that.
Just waiting on to get the sharing rights.
All right, and while that's coming up, MB, where on your drawing, if you point out where the current nail salon studio is?
Nail salon studio would be on the Bentown building, I believe, right? Somewhere right there, where the
Okay.
tree is.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, not sure it's letting me share, but we can certainly circle back and share with you guys a full deck, which gives you an overview of the alleyway between the Beantown and our building over here.
Okay. MB, how many parking?
If you guys can see, this is the alleyways that we're showing. 1 second, okay? I'll
I
share
got it, MB.
guys.
There you go.
So this will be the place that it will be outside the courtyard, and some of the murals that we will encourage some local artists to come. And of course, with the approval of the town, we will put some murals over there. This is a night view, and this is a day view.
MB, I have 2 questions. What is your total square footage and how many parking places do you have?
The square feet of a building, Sean, can you share those?
Yeah, we're looking at approximately about 22,000 total square feet. The on-site parking, given the fact that we have diverted from the original use, which was the multifamily residential, I believe it comes with 19 total, 16 to 17 parking spots, which is what we are intending on utilizing for this particular purpose.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, MB and Sean, have either of you contemplated making that end building more in line with not only the other 2 that you have constructed or wish to construct, but also with the rest of Matthew Street Station? It just seems so out of place to me. I don't know if there's any thought or consideration given to that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are open to use the brick facade if for more consistent look. We can continue from the Bentown building to the same brick. That can be done. This is just the outside facade, which definitely brick can be used the same one.
It's not so much. Yeah, it's not so much the exterior material. It's just the actual architectural design of that I guess you call it the anchor part of the project.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we are open to tone it down in conjunction with this, the old look. The whole idea was that this was 20 years back. We built that Matthew Station Street, and we wanted to kind of give a little different look, not keeping the old style, but just changing the brick colors. We're trying to bring a little conceptual look for the future, but I am not opposed to using the stream or similar brick facade, or to changing the tone of the roof and so forth.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Commissioner McCool? Mayor Pro Tem McCool, sorry.
I agreed with the mayor about the coloring of the brick, but I personally like the design of it. I think the way you have it kind of progressed is nice. And I think for a market hall, this design is what it should look like. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Garner.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to have variations in architecture in that space. It shows that it wasn't built all at once, and I can appreciate the difference on the same, or I guess on the flip side, I could see integrating some of the wood paneling or the wood siding that's on the building close to it, you know, on the upper portion to make it a little bit lighter. To me, the architecture matters less than the use of the building, and I'm glad to see that it's come so far from an original conception.
Yes, if I could just make a comment, I think newcomers to our town, and when visitors come and ask me to take them around and we drive down in the area of Town Hall, people are shocked to know that that's only existed for about 20 years. A lot of people think our Town Hall is, 100 years old. And I think that's kind of neat. It kind of befits our historic downtown area. So maybe not every building, but certainly our Town Hall has that old aesthetic. And there was some thought put into making the buildings look somewhat similar. I'm not, MB, as I've shared with MB, I'm not very prescriptive architecturally, and unless there's something I really, really dislike. So I'm fine with what you have, or if you wanted to make some subtle changes based on others' comments, that's fine. But just know that a lot of people, when they come to town, think that's part of our historic downtown core, like it's always been there when they come down that town Station Street. Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, MB, I just want to thank you. I like the drawing. I like the rooftop area, and I might want to share some rooftop sometime.
The whole idea was with a lot of feedback that I have received from town office, all of you, that we're trying to put all the element of the commerce community place for essentially all the ages, teenage, youth, family come together, and encouraging the small startups to have a space where they can do business, especially the culinary talent that we have in a town. They can have the space, small retail people that they want to have the pop-up store for their products to have, and the local artists that they could also come in having a small space for their studio. So it essentially, we try to put all in a smaller space. Definitely, I am not opposed to having some of the facade change to have the more look like the existing building. Definitely, we are open for that.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Is it the plan to have the rooftop always open to the public unless there's a private event?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, MB, do you have additional presentation to make, or?
No, I am done. Thank you for your time, and I hope to win this space for all of us to gather, and I will make the best out of the space if I'm given an opportunity.
Thank you very much. I will echo a comment I've heard several times. We appreciate your willingness to work with the suggestions that we've given you, and it's come a long way from your initial ideas. Hazen, I expect that agenda item 9B is for us to discuss the pros and cons of this as a board, and to perhaps vote on whether or not we want to accept this proposal. Is that correct?
Jay, I think you were, oh, you're right. Jay, you want to chime in here? I guess what you're saying, the board's got a lot of options at this point, right?
Yeah, right. So obviously things have changed. We only have one developer, and you'll see at the top of that memo, and I can screen share if you'd like. So sorry, I'm going to go to the top and the bottom here. Let's see. So referencing the sale of the property, the appraisal was for $250,000, and the stipulation of the downtown project states that we have to sell the property for at least appraised value, and that includes all of the parking with it, right? And we've since determined that there's a reciprocal agreement for parking. So Hazen, I don't know if it makes sense to look at subdividing it further, because it's all sort of available for usage for everyone in the area as is. And then as stipulated in the timeline, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom here. We had specified February 14th for the board to potentially take an action, but I mean, it's the board's prerogative if you want to move forward now, or do you want to mull it over? Staff would be looking for direction so that we can give the applicant their next steps.
I do have a question. I noted that a constituent asked town manager about the evaluation of the property, and it was appraised at $250,000. And I also have thought that some of the lots, the last one that sold prior to that was the one on the end where Moe's used to be. The appraisals seem low to me. I certainly don't want to take money out of a potential developer's pocket, but wow, seems like a kind of a bargain to be able to buy that prime piece of real estate right downtown Matthews for that price. But you're convinced that is a fair and equitable appraisal, correct?
Well, it was done by a professional certain appraiser. Jay, how many months old is it? 6 months old? I can't remember. Time to October.
Oh, no, it shouldn't be that long. Let's see. Look at the date on it on the agenda. Well, yeah, September. Yeah.
So the point of the email was, well, there's 2 points. One, if you go and look at tax value shows at $285,000, but the tax parcel that they show is the driveway between this lot and the bank, and then the whatever 18 parking spaces at the back. And I'm pretty sure the appraisal just looked at the kind of the plot of the land. But the board, it says at least a minimum of appraised value. So the board's got discretion there. And one of the points, the email we got was watching the values of land go up very quickly. There's nothing that would stop the board from ordering another appraisal, right? There's nothing. And in fact, I guess there was a recent sale that may be a new comp, which are very important to determining the value. So I don't see a problem with the board if we're trying, you want to maximize our return, protect the town's interest, to order another appraisal. It'll cost $2,000, maybe $2,500, but that's a good benchmark.
Jay, what did the White Duck Taco lot sell for, and how big is it?
I recall off the top of my head about 1.6 million. You know, it did
considerably bigger than this lot. But I mean, that's a.
Well, there's a building on the site, right? Like
Yeah,
a restaurant. It had improvements, which makes a big difference.
Sure.
Well.
Sure. Commissioner Tofano?
Yes, Hazen, how long ago was the initial evaluation made?
September.
Thank you.
Well, I know we said we were going to wait until February 14th, but I think that anticipated looking at least 2 different projects, and one of them has dropped out. Is there a desire of this board to wait for another couple of weeks before making a decision, or we want to talk some more? Commissioner Whitley?
Since the B has developer dropped out, and we did get our praise on from listening to Hazel, right? It was valued at 280 some. That's the road in between, but the lot itself is valued at appraisal, and spending another $2,000 when you only got one developer now. You know, that $2,000 is all where we got, and if we come back with the same appraisal, we lost that $2,000. I'm ready if we're in a position to make a motion that we choose developer A and for the selling of the lot of $250,000. if that's feasible, or if they don't have another developer and they don't need to wait until February the 14th. We got a lot on our calendar coming up with a lot of other stuff in February.
I think the appropriate motion under the statute would be to award the development to MB's company and authorize the manager to negotiate an agreement, which we already have, but we can use that as the background, but we need to enter into a contract with MB's company. And then we will do a public hearing notice prior to the actual sale of the property.
Okay.
What you said
That should
wasn't-
be built in.
Say what? Say again, Mayor.
Commissioner Whitley, isn't that what you said?
Well, yeah.
Well, he said he
Yeah,
authorized
yeah,
the sale of the property. We're not.
I know.
I can reword that. I'd like to make a motion that we enter into a contract and give the manager permission to a developer A, and for them to work out whatever they need to work out for this 122 Matthews Station Road. Is that good, Mayor?
Mr. Buckley gave a thumbs up, so I will assume that was a good motion.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Is there any further discussion?
I just have a quick question for Jay. Jay, is everything in conformity with what you've seen in these drawings to the current code, zoning? And also, are there adequate parking spaces and we're not having to reallocate parking spaces in that area?
Yeah, thanks for giving me the opportunity to weigh in. So after this motion, manager will begin working on the contract with the buyer. We'll schedule a public hearing for a later date, but in that time, we would begin to work with MB's firm on the architectural renderings as well as a site plan. There will need to be a site plan developed so you can look down and see how the building lays out, what the setbacks are. The board would also need to formally approve the site plan, the elevations, as well as the sale of the property. So this all of that has to occur before this is finalized. And then to answer your question about parking on this particular street, as well as Trade Street, we have no minimum parking standard in our code because it's just recognized as the most urban area of Matthews.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think most people will say, no, we don't have adequate parking, period, in that area. However, there is a lot of parking available nearby. So we're just gonna have to do a better job of identifying that and getting people to walk a little bit to enjoy some of these amenities. I'm not seeing any other discussion, so I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote. We had a motion from Commissioner Whitley, a second from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, so we'll call the vote. Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Tofano.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. So thank you and good luck, MB, moving forward. I'd like to invite Commissioner Urban to rejoin us, who was recused. John, if you're there.
I'm here. I was getting work done.
Welcome back. All right, then we'll move on to item 9C, receive information on Fire Station 3 equipment and operational costs from Chief Kinnenberg. And this is for discussion purposes only. Chief.
Good evening, council. I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's hope for the best. So at the last meeting, Commissioner Tofano asked for an estimate of what it would take to start up and run Station 3. We talked about these numbers several times in different formats and different forums. This was definitely an exercise that was needed to put them all in one place. So we've tried to present as comprehensive of an estimate of the impact of Station 3 startup, construction, and implementation. Why Station 3? As somebody mentioned earlier today or tonight, we have a deficient coverage area in the Purser-Halsey Park, Phillips Road, Idlewild area. Ideally, because we're a municipal department, every property needs to be within 5 miles of a fire station. We achieve that. The intersection at 485 and Idlewild Road is just 5 miles from Idlewild's current fire station. Ideally, to achieve good distribution across the town, we want to be within 2.5 miles of properties to achieve a 10-minute response time and 1.5 miles to achieve a 7-minute response time. And on our last ISO in 2020, we received 4.75 out of 10 possible points on our deployment. We knew we had a deficient coverage area. Station 3 seeks to address that. We've purchased the land for Station 3. We had land across the street at the park, but that land would not be best suited for a fire station. Council agreed to purchase the land across the street, approximately 4.5 acres, which presents a fairly ideal site. This memo is in $22. This current fiscal year dollars represents startup activation and annual cost. It represents a build out of the department and a complete transition from a volunteer combination department to a career municipal department. That's not to say that there will be no volunteers or no part-time, but build out to a full career department represents the most expensive case. Station 5 will initially have 5 people assigned on each of 3 shifts, giving us 45 firefighters, plus the officers, plus 3 shift commanders for a total of 48, plus the 4 in administration for a total of 52. That would be build out. 21 new firefighters, EMTs, or officers would need to be hired and trained. 16 on a shift, including the shift commander. Promotions would come from incumbent ranks and have to take place well before we did a hiring process. The shift commander rank, we feel, is imperative to maintain span of control in day-to-day operations. Hiring 21 people is going to be a task, especially if Idlewild is also looking to hire. We would probably have to do that over multiple cycles. This estimate represents 1 cycle, but we feel that hiring over multiple cycles will increase the caliber of our applicants, promote diversity, and we can train them effectively. We would have to do an academy style hire then train approach rather than hire already certified members. Minimum staffing would be 12 on each shift, staffing three suppression apparatus in a squad. Station 3 would have a frontline engine or ladder and a squad. And because of the number of pieces of apparatus we have, ISO would recommend a reserve unit. So total of 7 heavy apparatus and 3 squads in our other vehicles. We made a lot of assumptions in this estimate. First of all, it's all based on $22. Inflation could impact these numbers. Again, represents build out and the total transition. Assumes a full year funding, 52 employees up from the current 31. Takes into account uniforms and protective clothing. Operating costs would increase by 50%. Utility costs would mirror Station 1, even though Station 1 is a larger facility. Station 2's utility costs are rolled into the police department's budget. So Cruise Road, Rec Center, the fire station, and the police station are all rolled into the police department budget. Addition of 2 heavy apparatus that we mentioned, a light vehicle. Other assumptions to train people. Competition, as we've stated, will be intense. Salaries need to be evaluated. We would do a hire than train approach, recruiting for character and anticipated ability to perform rather than prior certification. We would have to use a longer probationary period. We could do firefighter in about 400 hours and then do EMT in about the same 6-month duration. So we'd have to extend our 6-month probation to about a year. It will cost about $25,000 to hire and train 21 new firefighters. It will cost about $3,500 to equip each new firefighter with uniforms, protective equipment, SCBA masks. And again, the firefighter training program is 400 hours. We would be working really hard to get that into a 12-week period. Idlewild, their funding ceases when Station 3 and Mint Hill 2 is activated. But depending on when council authorizes us to hire, we would need Idlewild to provide coverage during that 12-week training period. So that's factored in here. Volunteer participation. This is probably the most difficult thing to discuss, but this is a career-only staffing model. Again, if we continue to have any level of volunteer or part-time, it would come under the then existing salary budget. Using volunteers to fill necessary full-time slots is not sustainable. So getting into some of the numbers, and stop me, there's a lot of numbers. So using our current average firefighter and officer salary, salary, benefits, taxes, and retirement are about 1.6 million. Operating costs annually are about 138,000. We would not fund a volunteer program returning about 204,000. We would not fund Idlewild returning about 335,000. Public works related expenses for vehicles and station maintenance goes up about 7,100. And hiring, related testing, healthcare insurance, workers' comp, general liability, health savings account, that number is in the HR budget, would be about 252,000. And all of the radio contract money for the town of Matthews is in the police department's budget. 17 additional units, which we actually own, but we have given to Idlewild, would be transferred back to Matthews, and we would pay the $9,000 in radio maintenance. So the total general fund expense estimate for Station 3 is about $1.469 million, bringing the total fire department budget to about 4.6 million. Any questions there?
I don't know if you're going to get into it yet, Chief Kinneberg, or not, but maybe if you scroll down, I don't know, but where are the costs, the capital equipment costs for the new fire trucks and EMS vehicles, etc.?
They're down a little lower.
Okay, thank you.
So startup for Station 3, again, a 12-week program for salary and benefits is about 300,000. Uniforms and PPE for 21 new members is about 74,000. Again, the hiring process that we talked about up in the memo is about 25, and office supplies and technology not included in a furniture, fixtures, and equipment budget for Station 3 is about 10,000. So about 407,000 related to startup to hire the people, train the people, and buy the equipment that would not be in the contractor's budget for Station 3 is about 407. The apparatus, any questions at the 407 mark? Okay.
Don't roll down too much farther, Rob, because I'm already hyperventilating a little bit.
Well, it gets better. Don't worry. Don't worry. Apparatus and equipment. We've got a very robust apparatus capital replacement program. These numbers are programmed into Becky's super duper forecast sheet. As it stands right now, our aerial device is scheduled for replacement in 2024-25. Our 2007 engines, one ours, one Idlewild, should be replaced in about 25-26. Again, depending on timing of Station 3, we would reevaluate these 3 replacement vehicles. We may get vehicles from Idlewild if they cease operation. New equipment would need to be purchased for any new apparatus we bought. Interoperability is an important thing. Idlewild uses a different type of breathing apparatus than we do. To purchase breathing apparatus for station, all of our breathing apparatus needs to be replaced in the 2026-27 range. All of our bottles have an 18-year shelf life or use life, and they all expire in 2027. So to Mr. Tufano's point, new replacement apparatus, or if we do nothing, we'll have to contribute to replacement apparatus for Idlewild, which is about $750,000, about $75,000 for new equipment. If we purchase new breathing apparatus for Station 3, it'll cost about $72,000. So $897,000 in apparatus and equipment related expenses. 7-year debt service is $152,000 at roughly 5%. Currently, our apparatus debt service is about $335,000 a year. This would bring our apparatus and equipment debt service to about $500,000, which again, a lot of these were decisions made when apparatus was purchased prior to anyone on this board or me being the fire chief. So we're kind of riding what we have. Station 3 construction, estimated to cost $4 million. I still think that's a good number. That includes site work, permits, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. The FF&E alone on this station will run about $100,000. 20-year bond at 2.5% will cost $256,000 a year in debt service. So I'm gonna flip over. Go ahead, Mr. Tufano, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you finished with this particular part of the presentation, or do you have more to do? I have a general question.
I was going to flip over to the bottom line of the spreadsheet that was attached to your. The bottom line is where everybody wants to be.
Thank you. That's where I wanted to go.
So in $22, currently on the far right is a 2-station 28 FTE department.
Chief, we can't see it.
Oh, hang on. Can you see it now? Okay, so on the far right is our current state. Our current general fund budget is $3.6 million. To go to a 3-station 52 FTE career department, our general fund budget would be $4.6 million. So $997,000 additional dollars. The debt service, $256. Average replacement for equipment debt service brings us to a total of $5.4 million, or $1.4 million additional total dollars to staff, equip, and build staff and operate Station 3.
And may I ask, Chief, may I ask a question here?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah. One of my pointed questions, and by the way, before I even start, I knew how much effort it was to put all this together for the staff and for you, and thank you very much for doing that. It was well needed. the question I asked was, when you walk up to the door, put the key in and walk in, and it's your first day of operation. What was the cost incurred, including the building? And I know the land's already been paid for, but including the building, what, to that moment in time, what was the cost to the town? Am I looking at 5.4 million as that number?
It will cost us, let me go back to the memo. Hold on just a sec. So it's going to cost us roughly $407,000 to get to the point where we can stick the key in the door. Then we have to, we're looking at a $4 million note over 20 years, $256,000 a year. Then we have to start paying back that debt service.
Right, and I realize that the ongoing costs are the continued salaries and benefits and et cetera, maintenance costs and all that. But again, is the 5.4 million the cost to the town to get us to the first day of operation?
I think the 407, and then a year later, you will start paying $256,000 in debt service.
Maybe I'm not asking my question correctly. I apologize.
We're not paying the $4 million at one time. We're financing it.
No, I know that, but regardless of you're financing it or not, what is that number? So in other words, we've got to build the building. We got equipment with apparatus. We have to train the people they have to be ready and fully staffed at the moment we turn the key. We've got to have them fully equipped. We have to have et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, what is that number? Because that's the number we need to finance. We can't consider each of these items in isolation. They all have to come together. So in order for us to have that first day of operation, we're going to have the money to get to that first day of operation, regardless if it's financed or not. What is that number?
So let me make sure I understand the question. So when I think of the word finance, I think of loans, right? Or bonds, but in case of both the operation of Department 3 and the startup of 400,000, that's not on the finance side of the ledger. For me, it's on the how are you getting the revenue side of the ledger, which is probably tax increases. But on the finance,
and I fully understand that. It's what I'm trying to get at, and obviously I'm not making myself clear, is regardless of how you want to account for it or how the accounting system is that you use, or regardless of that, doesn't make any difference. We have to have a certain amount of money to get to that first day of operation.
I think I have a number for you. Okay, it's gonna be roughly $4 million to build the building, $750,000 for a piece of apparatus, $75,000 for equipment to equip that piece of apparatus, $72,000 for breathing apparatus to go on that piece of equipment, and then about $407,000 to hire, equip, and train the 21 people that will bring us to a fully funded department. So that number is about $5,304,000. Some one-time cost in the first year, the training and equipment, some financed for 7 years, roughly $825,000 worth, financed for about $140,000 a year for 7 years, and $4 million to build the building, financed over 20 years at about $256,000 a year.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we're getting to the point. How we finance it or how we pay for it is a very important answer, of course, but I needed to have the initial dollar amount in order to determine the proper way to finance it, pay for it. And you answered that question. Thank you very much. So it'll be approximately let's just round it up, $5.5 million to turn the key on the first day.
Right. Now, Chief, we haven't put the people in there. To operate it, it's going to cost $1.6 million. So we got this shell, we got the people trained, we got the people equipped, but we're not paying them for that year. So in my mind, if using Commissioner Tufano's logic, we need $1.6 million to operate the darn thing for the first 12 months.
Yeah, in other words, these people have to be hired prior to putting that key in for the first day. Okay, they have to be on staff, they have to be ready to go. So that first day of operation has to be, we also have to have those expenses incurred. So it's the building, the equipment, all those people that we've got on for their salaries, how much it was to train them. Everything has to be lumped in together to a number that we say, yes, this is the number, the amount of money we need to get to the first day of operation.
Well, but, okay, and I see your point, but when you buy a piece of fire apparatus, you commit to a 7-year note. So your first payment is not due for 12 months.
No, and I agree with, and I don't mean to cut you short, Chief, I'm sorry. And I agree with that and all of that. The financing part is a very important discussion, but it's not the part of the discussion I want to have now. It's how much do we have to finance is what I'm asking. And so it's somewhere in the 5.5 to with the salaries to bring people on staff for the first few months prior to operation. It's probably going to be somewhere closer to 6 million. Regardless if we finance it over 20 years or whatever the case may be, I'm just looking for that number.
Okay, so I think a closer number than in that scenario, what we have to finance, because the startup cost we would have to budget. We can't borrow money to hire people and equip them. We would have to budget that either at the beginning of a fiscal year or into an existing fiscal year for startup at some point.
Correct.
So about $5 million if you factor in $4 million to build the station, $750,000 for apparatus, $75,000 to equip it, and $72,000 for necessary breathing equipment. It's roughly $5 million financed over some period or periods.
And the salaries to keep these people up to speed and ready to go months before the station is built is an additional expense, which we have to find money for. But, and I see your point, it's something we have to budget because we can't finance that. So throwing that 5.5 plus whatever it's going to cost us to bring these people on board and get them trained prior to the first day of operation is going to get close to $6 million. Okay, thank you. Now we're getting to that's exactly where I was trying to go.
Commissioner Garner.
I think one of the interesting things about the timing of this fire station and the ARPA funds, which I know we'll get into later, is the eligibility of this station and being able to use this one lump sum to go towards the fire station. And that's a discussion that I hope we'll have in the near future. It, from what I understand, could also pay for some of that equipment. So without, really digging into how we're going to pay for these, I think there's an exciting prospect, especially since these funds were meant for this one-time infusion and emergency preparation. A fire station seems to fit that more than anything else we've discussed yet.
Commissioner Hoover.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding right. First of all, how many acres is it going to be on?
The piece of property is 4.5 acres.
Okay, 4.5. And that has already been purchased, and the money's been paid to Mecklenburg County, because Mecklenburg County owns the Purser-Husley property.
No,
It has not been purchased yet.
no, this is property across the street from the park.
Okay, so one time it was planned to be on the park.
On the
So
park.
we're not looking at it on the park anymore. So
No.
this is where I'm getting a little confused.
Correct.
Okay.
The property
Okay.
on the park would be difficult at best to build on. It's narrow and deep and slopes about 40 feet from street to rear corner and drains to the pond on Purser-Husley Park.
Okay. That's, I want to make sure I understood where the property exactly is. But I did want to ask, and maybe this is more of a question for Mr. Blodgett. During the condemnation of the Purser property, the town in 2005 had the challenge grant where the town got the $5 million. And we got that because by allowing Mecklenburg County to purchase the property, we got money back. Okay. My question is, we kept talking all this money and we put that away for future use. Where is that money now?
Okay, so so what happened? The county had this program that they were looking for land, public land, but they wanted to keep 50% of it passive. We heard about it. So there was 2 tracks, the Purser tract and the Halsey tract. And so the county said, I think as I recall, we bought it. So we bought it, both tracks, and the county reimbursed us for $5 million. And so we had like $1.3 million out of our pocket. And we did carve out 2.5 acres that we paid for, thinking it was going to be a fire station, but Chief's exactly right. It's not a good spot. So what did happen in 2004, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but the community passed a bond referendum for $5.5 million for South Trade Street, which is now widened, and $5 million for a park. And we didn't have any definite plans, but this looked like a nice, okay, let's pay the $5 million with bond money and buy this park. And then we heard about this challenge grant. And so then what happened is we just let the bond expire. So we didn't exercise the bond. We never went out and got the money for the bonds. The bonds just expired. So the bond referendum expired. The town never exercised it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was good to revisit that for a moment. But yeah, there was a lot of talk about putting it on the Purser-Husley property, but as Chief said, it was deemed not ideal. And it's actually on the old Martin family home site. All right, are there any other questions on this topic? Thank you, Chief, and other staff, I'm sure, that had a hand in pulling all that together. We appreciate it. And it was good to see what the final nut would be on that. There's nothing further. We'll move on to item 10A, receive our monthly budget report from Teresa Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. You have in your packet the December 2021 financial report. And as you will see in the report, revenues are continuing to trend up compared to the last fiscal year at this time. Ad valorem tax are up over the prior year actual. And the local option sales tax continues to be a very strong tax for us at this time. In FY22, which is the current fiscal year, we increased the budget for local option sales tax by 17%. And collections year to date are approximately 19% over the prior year at this same time. So we are trending higher even than we anticipated in the budget, which is a very good thing. And occupancy tax and rental car tax also continue to increase and trend higher than at the same time last year. While departmental expenses are in line with the budget, and we see no concerns with anything in that area at the midpoint of the year, which December 31st marked the halfway point of this current fiscal year. And I will be glad to answer any questions anyone may have at this point.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Urban.
Just a simple question, Teresa. With inflation and the cost of products, let's say rental car rentals are going up and food and beverages are all going up in costs. Would that not be part of this reflection in the increased revenues for our taxes?
Yes, that obviously if things cost more, the tax on it is higher. However, the sales tax collections through December are actually sales through October. There's a 2-month lag in what we receive. So we haven't really started because the inflation has increased since, in the November, December, and into January timeframe. So these numbers are still, reflective, and, we have to keep in mind that sales tax is a 2-month lag.
So we might see in 2 months some difference in the numbers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a two-edged prong. I mean, we'll take in more tax, but our costs are also going up, of course, due to inflation. Commissioner Tafano.
Has it been determined during the planning conference that one of the topics that we definitely will be discussing is the return on our investment fund?
That is a good question. When you asked that a couple of weeks ago, I asked Teresa to look into that right away, because I think it's a very interesting question. And I know we talked last week, and Teresa's working on that. So hopefully we can get something to you or to the board here in, sooner than the planning conference.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Teresa?
And I would add just one note to Commissioner Urban's thought. Also, a major driver in the increase in local option sales tax was the state's decision a little over a year and a half ago to require sales tax be collected on all purchases like Amazon, any online purchases where they were not required before. So that has helped drive sales tax up in a positive way.
All right. Thank you for your report, Teresa. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
All right. Item B, we decided to move to the planning conference, but I'd ask staff to make sure that that is included for Commissioner Hoover's request that we discuss the pedestrian safety initiative for Trade Street at our planning conference. Item 10C, consider contracts for transportation impact analysis review services. Susan Habina Woolard.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Susan, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're
not
hearing.
How about now?
Better.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem. It's great to see everyone tonight, and I'm super thrilled to be presenting an item to provide here's some support for staff, assistance for you, for the planning board. This is about transportation impact analyses and review services for transportation impact analyses. Last year, we improved our UDO as it pertains to transportation impact analyses. We broadened the scope of what's included in that. And we also added a part about an independent third-party reviewer that would support the town in reviewing TIAs that are submitted to us on behalf of like developers' applications. And they would perform that technical review, right? All the traffic analyses, all the crash analyses, they would review that for us. So this is the follow-up to that that was changed last year. And so it also states all costs associated are borne by the applicant, including the town's review fees. So town staff posted a request for qualifications for professional services to review transportation impact analyses. We were thrilled to get 9 applications. And the review team scored them and determined there were 3 top ranked firms that we all liked, we thought would do a good job, felt were capable of doing the work and had a lot of experience doing this type of work for municipalities. And so we requested copies of their professional services contracts and their fee schedules. And that is included in your packet for each firm. Our town attorney, Charlie, reviewed all the contracts, provided feedback, and that feedback was incorporated into the contracts that are in your packet. Tonight, staff is asking that you authorize the town manager to enter into contracts with those 3 top ranked firms for transportation impact analysis review services. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for Susan? Commissioner Irving?
Yeah, Susan, so briefly walk me through this process, because what I'm understanding is, so a developer is going to be told, you've got to do a TIA. So they hire a company to do a TIA, and what you're asking is for the town to have its own vendor review their TIA. So you're basically, it's what I would consider in my business a peer review. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But the developer bears some additional cost because of the involvement of this third party. Now, is this very customary in other towns of our size? Okay.
Yes, it is. Rob, Will, and I interviewed many other towns. We interviewed traffic consultants, asking them what they see, what they like, what they don't like. So we talked about lots of different models that lots of different towns use. This one we felt was the best for Matthews because it allowed the developer to choose their own TIA consultant. A lot of the other models, they don't get to choose who they hire. And we wanted to keep that for developers. But then we have the on-call for the peer review.
Okay, now one question that's very suspect in my business is that a lot of businesses that do these peer-to-peer reviews, it's kind of like an attorney won't sue another attorney. Have these other municipalities you talk to, are they just sort of going along and get along, or is it really a useful tool? Because all these people in this business all have to play in the same pool, and they don't want to step on each other's toes.
Understood. And I'm right there with them, right? I know virtually all the engineers that submit TIAs. What we need help with is the technical review. So remember, Ncdot used to do this technical review for us because almost every single TIA that was submitted to us was within a project influence area. Well, now those projects are all lagging, or they're very far behind, and Ncdot isn't doing those thorough reviews for us anymore. We don't have the software or the staff to do that technical review. I can read a TIA and say, hey, maybe that feels kind of right. Yep, these numbers look good, but okay. I can't run that analysis that really congestion management was doing for us previously.
And do you find, I mean, if a developer had his druthers, wouldn't it be better for him just for the town to say, you get to select from our 3 vendors and have at it from that standpoint? Or do you feel that just this allows them some flexibility?
we looked at that model too, where the town has like 3 you get to choose from, but we get TIAs from so many firms.
Okay.
And
It would overwhelm them.
I felt like for Matthews, this was the best.
That's fine.
Robin
Okay.
idea. Mhm.
I'm good.
Mr. Tavano,
Yes, it's very good to get TIAs, but do we use them? So the point I think I want to question more to Jay, I believe, is there any ordinances or rules or regulations on the books that say if a TIA shows a certain threshold, regardless of what that is, whether it's number of cars per hour or whatever, it doesn't matter, that a zoning or a rezoning or some other consideration of the use of that land would be denied?
I mean, my response would be that's the board's prerogative. If recommendations were made and the developer said, you know, that improvement is too costly or it doesn't make sense, or we don't feel like we should be responsible for that, I mean, your board could always say no.
Yeah, but what I've seen over the years is that the TIA comes back, the public exerts a great deal of opinion about traffic or impacts on schools or whatever the case may be, and it doesn't seem to have any credence. In other words, there doesn't appear to be criteria by which by which decisions are made, we'll put it that way. So this discretion of the board appears to be very objective and can be easily swayed. So that's where I'm going with this. If we're going to get TIAs and we're going to pay all this money to get them, how do we use them? How do we put teeth behind the results?
Yeah,
but we don't pay the TIA, right? That's the developer's responsibility. I think sometimes the developers will respond to the TIA and make the accommodations.
They often do, but I think I'm better understanding Commissioner Tafano's question. I mean, there's the emotional response to neighbors, citizens, and perhaps even council that this, you know, project's going to generate X number of cars per day and it's going to have this impact. But there's also the data, and that's what Susan looks at in conjunction with Ncdot if it's on one of their roads, and what's the actual impact going to be and what improvements are necessary so that we continue to have mobility in the town. And that first part of it, you know, as I said before, that's always your prerogative just to say, no, we think this project's going to have a negative impact. There's not really a scoring mechanism from that perspective in our rezoning review.
Mr. Buckley, did you have a comment, sir?
Thank you.
He froze.
Carla, you're frozen, or you're talking really, really, really slowly.
Who did you call on, Mayor?
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Call on me?
Yes, sir. Did you raise your hand?
I was just going to say that, yes, one of the things that this will provide, though, is TIAs will give a traffic mitigation, meaning where it will say, in order to do this project, you've got to put in a turn lane, you got to put in a right turn left only lane, whatever some kind of traffic mitigation there is. So that's an essential function in the ultimate decision to be made by the board. Have the mitigations been put in place, or will they be placed by the developer?
Thank you. I'd like to just share, and I think it's well known by staff and certainly from Commissioner Irving, because he and I have been around for a while, but my great frustration is a lot of these traffic impact analysis always seem to come back to say there's no significant effect. You know, we're gonna put this 300 unit apartment in and it's gonna generate 20 cars per hour during rush hour. And I'm like, how is that possible? That can't possibly be a correct number. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but that doesn't seem to pass the smell test. So I would relish to have a peer review of some of these analysis that have been done. I honestly can count on one hand how many developments or how many projects have had any negative information come back, certainly to the board. It's always, hey, we did a traffic impact analysis, everything's peachy keen, we're ready to go. It's not going to affect your traffic at all. And so I would like to have somebody else look at some of these things and see if we need other turning lanes or if the project is too big for an area, because some of the reports we've gotten, in my opinion, just don't pass the smell test. There's just no way that the impact could be so minimal that as reported on some of the reports we've got.
Exactly. Thank you.
So anyway, I think
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
Renee's, check with Renee.
Commissioner Garner, go ahead.
Did Hazen need to go first, or was it? Okay, I just wanted to emphasize that, in the background, we kind of briefly heard about the updated UDO chapter 155-701, which we voted on recently. And I think that information would be helpful for Commissioner Tofano to review so that he can see where developers are required to make changes if the traffic impacts on a certain level.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. Hazen, did you have a comment? Did anybody else have a comment? Commissioner Urban.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion if we're not going to have any more discussion. I'd like to go ahead and authorize the town manager to enter into contracts with the 3 top-ranked firms for transportation impact analysis review services as outlined in the memo dated January 19th, 2022 by Susan Habina Willard, our resident town engineer.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, everyone. Good discussion.
All right, we'll move on to item 10D, discuss police department critical incident communications from Chief Pennington.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Board of Commissioners. So thank you all for having me on. After speaking with the town manager a couple of weeks ago, we thought it was important to kind of bring before you just a conversation about critical incident communication and what you can expect from me and from the police department during such critical incidents. So I think I've expressed many different times and many different meetings that I've been before you on this about transparency and open communication and dialogue. It's extremely important. I did provide this memo for you guys. So the dialogue and the opportunity for transparency is extremely important to us, and especially to me as your chief. We have, actually, I'd say great pride in a lot of the changes that we've made to the police department's communications perspective, both internally and externally. Externally, we have developed an app that is downloadable by all citizens and elected officials on what we do, our press releases, and we can also push critical incident communications out to the app that will notify you, even if the app is asleep, if there's something critically happening inside the town. We've also talked in the past about our listserv, press releases, the way that we communicate with the public, our elected officials, and also with the media about critical incidents that are happening in the community. We also use Twitter and a lot of our social media. So I guess the point about this is during critical incidents, I accept, I understand, and I realize that it's extremely important, not just for elected officials to know that something is happening that might be impacting the community, but it's also very important for the community to know. So I take this responsibility extremely seriously. We will do everything we can to ensure that the public and the elected officials are all notified of a critical event here in the town. But I also have to ask that you kind of consider that some of the information that I might have is not releasable, right? There's a want to know and there's a need to know. The need to know is really dependent on the community and the elected officials needing to know if there is an active threat to the community, which I think is something that we need to get out almost immediately to let the community know if there is such an active threat. But there are other want to knows that maybe would be criticized if I did release them, or if I even confirmed the existence of that investigation, because it might be detrimental to my investigation or the investigation that's being conducted either with the police department or jointly with some of our partners. So I do want you to know that we are committed to ensuring that we're putting out this information to you as quickly and as thoroughly as I possibly can. I do ask for I guess some understanding that, sometimes I'm not at liberty to release some information, whether it's even to confirm an investigation or an incident. So that's really me just kind of putting it out, wanting a little bit of dialogue from you guys if there's any questions about our critical incident communication plan.
Well, Chief, I want to say I really appreciate the information you've passed along to me since you've been working for the town. It's been very helpful, and I totally trust your discretion. I think all of us as elected leaders need to know that if there are some items that the chief cannot share with us, we could jeopardize an investigation, for instance, could let somebody that committed a murder get off because one of us spoke out of turn or something about. So it's just better not to know about some things. But I think the town staff, particularly the police department, has done a fantastic job of keeping us aware of critical events. It's very uncomfortable as an elected official when a constituent calls you and says, "Hey, what happened with regards to this?" and we know nothing about it. It's a little embarrassing, but understand that there's a need for that on occasion. Are there any other questions or comments for Chief?
Can I make a comment on that statement, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad you brought that up. I can understand the frustration that you might feel getting a question from a constituent, but I also have to weigh, in my opinion, I'm trying to weigh how much information I give you, right? So if we had a fire alarm at Kohl's department store and it got cleared out and you guys get a call from a constituent that says, "Hey, what happened at Kohl's?" I realize that it might be frustrating to say, "I don't know what happened at Kohl's." You call me and I say, "Well, it was a fire alarm." And to me, that might not weigh me taking your time, taking away and sending an email for that. So I do try to judge what's important, what's critical for you guys to know, and when it's important for you to know. Because the other part that I do address a little bit in the memo is, there are some previous case rulings that say that what our elected officials know is technically public information. So if I release it to you, I have to be ready to release it to the entire population. And if I'm not ready to release it to the entire population, I have to hold back some of that information from you directly.
Again, I 100% respect your discretion in those matters. And I do want to share, particularly with the new commissioners, and this was a little frustrating to me when I first got elected, but there is a duty of the town manager and other staff not to release personnel information. So if one of our employees does something particularly bad, but it's job related, there are privacy laws in place that don't allow that information to be shared with us, and the public may know about it and we don't, and we may never know about all the details because that's how the privacy laws are written. So keep that in mind as well if it's with regards to an employee. I don't know, Hazen, if you want to comment on that, or Becky.
Oh, I mean, we'll go over this at the essentials of local government. It is very hard to, we want to be transparent too, right? But we don't want to break the law. And I think I think it's okay for y'all as board members and somebody say, "What happened at Butler?" Because my kid got a text or parents got it, and that it's like, look, I trust the police department. They're on it. They will let us know as soon as they possibly can. That is a good answer. And I think we all do trust the police department. It's not like
we're absolutely
stretch it.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Garner.
Yes, I would like to make a point. I appreciate your annual updates, Chief, and the year-end review on crime. It in between those, sometimes if you see trends that we could address as a board, as far as considering for future budgets or something, if you see a trend that's becoming worrisome, I feel like as a board, we're interested in that information, and that would be obviously to the entire board, not just to me, but incident by incident, I think can be sort of an emotional roller coaster. And so that to me feels a little bit uneasy, but again, if you do see something that's becoming worrisome as a trend throughout the town, that's where we as commissioners can discuss how do we message that through Maureen or through the town itself.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And you will be getting our end of the year report. We'll talk about that tomorrow on when we bring that to you, our crime stats. There will be a press release that's in development now of our final numbers. So that will be going out soon. But I appreciate that. We changed a little bit of our communication when it deals with crime trends. We call them community crime notifications. Whenever we see a trend, like a series of car break-ins, a series of burglaries, a series of robberies, something that's really emerging as a pattern or a series in the town, we put them out as what we call community crime notifications. Those do get dropped in our listserv, which I know all of the commissioners are on the listserv, so you should get those. I will try to do a better job at giving you guys more of a quarterly update if I can about some of the crime trends that we're seeing for the town.
Right, and I wasn't saying you don't do that enough, just that, if there is something that keeps arising, that I could understand that as a board, we would want to be notified of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. Move on to the next item, item 10E, discuss deer control. I'd like to ask Lori if she could put a photo up real quickly. Or Jay, this photograph I took, opened my garage door this past Saturday after our snowstorm, and was surprised to see my dog Josie and a deer staring at each other. They actually walked within about 2 feet of each other and stared at each other nose to nose for a minute, and then the deer finally turned to run off. But just illustrates how many deer we have in Matthews. On another kind of somewhat ironic or humorous note, Commissioner Garner called me, I don't know, a few days ago, and she said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about deer." And I'm sitting in my office where I am now, looking out a window that's in front of me, and there were about 10 deer running through my yard just as she called to talk about it. So we do have a lot of deer running around our town, and I want to turn the discussion over to Commissioner Garner because this is her agenda item.
Well, we all got an email from a constituent maybe a month ago, and discussing deer control. In the past, the town had offered bow and arrow hunting licenses for individuals with, I believe, a certain amount of property. And so in the responses back, several ideas came up. And so I contacted the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, as well as Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. And Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec works with the Wildlife Resources Commission to do annual hunts through some of the larger nature preserves in Mecklenburg County, none of which are in Matthews. And the person from the state said that they prefer bow and arrow, if I have this correct. One of the organizations said nothing but shotguns. The other organization said nothing but bows and arrows. And so in speaking with the mayor, instead of having one of those groups come on to talk to us, we talked more about the population and if there's a desire of the board to do a deer count or have somebody come in, study the population and see what the need is. And so I guess I'm putting that out there to the board as a whole.
And if I could add to Commissioner Garner's comments, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Do you have some? I get to hear a little bit of expert opinion about deers because my daughter has a master's degree in wildlife biology and actually studied deer for a couple of years. So she gives me a lot of information. And I think one of the things that's important that we know is how many deer do we have? Are we seeing the same 20 deer run around all over town, or do we have 2,000 deer here? And one of the key things you can look at, if there's an overpopulation of deer, you'd look for some of the deer to be starving due to lack of food. The deer I see around my house aren't starving, and it may be because people are feeding them. I don't know, but they're pretty hefty. You saw the deer in the photograph there. They look very healthy. It's a very controversial topic here. Commissioner Urban certainly knows that. We were not ever in my opinion, well, in anybody's opinion, addressing the population issue by allowing 4 or 5 people to harvest 1 deer per year. And I know before Charlie interrupts me, we never authorized hunting. We authorized the discharge of a firearm, which happened to be a bow or an arrow that on its flight fell into a deer and killed it. I was never a big fan. It was kind of controversial. We had a few deer show up in people's yards unexpectedly, bloody and dying, and that's not nice in an urban area. And we became so urbanized that I think the board at that time just decided, hey, this is not worth it for the 4 or 5 deer we're getting per year. So I'll shut up for a minute. I saw Commissioner Hoover, you raised your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback with Commissioner Gardner, I as well contacted quite a few organizations, and one of them was the North Carolina Wildlife Commission. And unfortunately, with what I've learned is we are creating this problem through development, because, when you're building these pretty little subdivisions and we've got our nice little manicured lawns and pretty little flowers, well, it's become a buffet for the deer. So one product I was informed of was a product called, I can pronounce it right, Porcin Zona pellicida, is also known as PZP, which is a birth control for female deer. Problem with that, it has to be administered every 3 years, and it can be given by hand or through a dart gun. There's also sterilization of male deer, but this and the other procedure, the problem with those are it can be extremely expensive. The culling of herds does nothing more but cause a compensatory rebound effect, which simply means when you kill deer off, the survivors will rapidly reproduce the offspring, and which will create more deer than we started with. So the information, the recommendation I got from the Wildlife Resource Commission is the best method is to control the deer population is with lethal removal of females only, and which can be done through a sharpshooter program. And this does bring, some concern for me, but as in the mayor said, a count, one of my questions was wanting to ask, had the town ever done a survey? Has it been conducted to learn approximately how many deer we have per square mile? Because scientists considered about 10 deer per square acre is sustainable. So I'm like, I have about a herd of 6 or 7 that come in my yard, and they come up to my window like they're looking right in. I enjoy them. They don't bother me, but I know they can be a nuisance. But yeah, I think we need to learn actually what the deer count is to find out if we have a problem before we can move forward.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I recall, and Commissioner Irving, you were on the board then, we had I think a wildlife biologist from NC State or something come here and talk about the general health and stuff of our herd. But I don't know if they ever did an actual count.
You are correct. We've always talked about the deer in the essence of the discharge permit and never really surveying the issue at hand.
Right. So I think what I would like to recommend, and I don't want to put words in Commissioner Garner's mouth, but to know if we have a problem, maybe we should try to hire somebody, and I don't know who that would be, to do a count. And they do that by putting up trail cams and things like this. By the way, my daughter said essentially the same thing that Commissioner Hoover said, that these other ways, the PZP, sterilization, there's also catch and release that you can do, try to catch them and release them somewhere else, are all very expensive and ultimately don't work. I think most professionals say if you want to thin the herd, you've got to do it with lethal action. And it would be very controversial here because we have about half of our citizens that love the deer and half of them that don't want their gardens to continue to be eaten. So it's a little bit controversial, but my recommendation in talking with Commissioner Garner, and she really spearheaded this effort based on the comments we got from our constituents, is that perhaps we should hire someone to do a study and find out how many deer we have here, to see how many we have per square mile, to Commissioner Hoover's point, and maybe also to look at their health and well-being, et cetera. So I think staff is looking for some direction to move forward. Commissioner Garner, you have other comments?
One of the state sites says that, or shows that the Piedmont generally has about 45 deer per square mile. So we're well above that healthy herd threshold. But yeah, I mean, generally my point was in agreement with yours.
I was always a little nervous. Most of the permits that we granted in the past were on large pieces of land, and they were all vetted, by the way, by an expert hunter from our police department. But we did issue a couple of permits that were literally in subdivisions, and that always made me somewhat nervous. There's just too many people around, too many children. It just makes me nervous discharging any kind of firearm in an area that's as dense as Matthews. My parents for a while did live at Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and they had a deer control concern. And they did, as Commissioner Hoover suggested, they brought in some sharpshooters, and I believe they came in on like New Year's Day, and they hunted deer from like 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. when not many people were up, and they culled the herd that way, and they donated the meat to a local food bank. Commissioner Hoover.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of clarify with the North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission. They said if you went with the lethal removal to get it knocked down to where we want it, it would have to, you'd maybe have to do it annually.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've received enough complaints that we need to at least, I would like to know how many deer we have here. Because again, I don't know if I'm looking at the same 10 deer every day or if I'm seeing herds run through. Commissioner Tefano, you see deer up in your area, don't you?
I have 2 families of 5 deer that visit me every day. I'd have not one single living plant on my property.
I think that those of you that know me well, people maybe watching this know that I like to garden. And this past year, I ended up putting an 8-foot tall fence around my entire garden because I had raised beds in my backyard, and they would eat every single plant down to the ground. I mean, literally, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, eating tomatoes and everything down to the ground every day. So I'm like, you can have a little bit. I'm willing to share 50%, but not 100% of everything I plant. So a little frustrating.
I would support the action of the survey, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important. We really never thought about that in the past. It was always about the discharge of the firearm from that standpoint. And I think this is the way to look at the issue. And the other thing is we may have to start doing a little bit more proactive education for the residents that want to feed the deer. I know firsthand, I will never live this down, but I had a deer hit my wife's car while I was driving it. And that was a really, really bad thing. So I'm not allowed to drive her car anymore. And it cost probably $10,000 or $11,000 worth of damage. So there's another issue as to why the deer population needs to be addressed.
Commissioner Hoover, did you have another comment?
Just in closing for me, I was given the Wildlife Resource Commission also gave me the name of a deer biologist. If we have any questions, so maybe that's something we can send that way.
Thank you. Mr. Blodgett, do you want her to share that information? And who would be heading this up in town staff?
I don't know. I got to think about that a little bit. But what I'd like to do is get that information and then bring back a proposal to the board in 2 weeks. Hopefully, I'm assuming we can do all that. Like somebody does this and they're going to charge X amount of dollars, and here's the process. And
yeah, I think we'll find somebody that probably has done this many times. They're out there somewhere. By the way, we're talking about so many people feeding deer, and many people feed them corn, which my daughter tells me is absolutely terrible food for deer. It's not nutritious at all, and they basically pass all of it right through them. It doesn't really help them much. But people like to feed deer corn for some reason. All right. So Commissioner Garner.
Sorry, before we move on, Hazen, I have a contact with the county that I would like to pass his contact information on to you.
Please.
So do we need a vote on this, or do we just pass it along as information?
I mean, if there's strong consensus and all you're asking staff to do is give you all information back in 3 weeks, actually. Next board meeting is 3 weeks.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, I had a beaver infestation on our property. And they were building dams, and I called wildlife, and they came out and met with me. It's illegal for us to kill beaver, but they trapped them and they took care of it. They didn't charge us anything, but they got rid of about 3 families of beaver. So it might be somebody with wildlife could come in and sort of give us an estimate of how many deers we got. Because I know, and Mayor, I think you said it right. I think we're looking at some of the same deer, because we got about 20 deer on our property that runs. The little kids at the daycare love them to death. But then I can look out my backyard here on the north side, and I believe I'm looking at the same deer. They come up to my yard and got trapped in my fence. But I think they're moving around and that's not out of probability, because the town of Matthews is only 17 miles square. So they can move pretty quick all over the place. So just food for thought. I know wildlife helped us out and got rid of our beavers.
The deer in the photograph that I shared at the beginning of this discussion was literally almost tame. I thought maybe something was wrong with it. I called my daughter because I walked up within 10 foot of this deer and it just looked at me. And I think people are almost maybe feeding it out of their hand or something. A lot of these things are like pets. They've been fed so much. Maybe that's why they're so healthy. But. All right, I think Hazen, you've got your marching orders on that, and come back and hopefully it won't cost too much so we get some more information to see if we have a little bit of a problem or a lot of problem. Let's move on to item 10F, discuss American Rescue Plan Act issues. This will be with Becky Hawk and Maureen Key.
And Maureen will be taking the lead for you tonight.
All right, Maureen.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, good evening, Mayor and members of the board. I am here tonight to provide you with an update on the ARPA fiscal recovery funds and the final rule that was issued by Treasury earlier this month. As a quick recap, the town will receive $10.56 million from the ARPA fiscal recovery funds. We've received about half so far, and we expect to receive the remaining funds in August. Under the interim guidance from U.S. Treasury, the board did take action to earmark or allocate some funding from our ARPA allocation. That included $1.5 million for affordable housing, about $56,000 for a housing needs assessment, and $1.3 million for a premium pay program. So that leaves us with a total remaining funds of approximately $7.69 million. So as I said, Treasury issued the final rule on January 6th. And their final guidance was largely based on feedback that they received from local governments. And so the intention here is, according to Treasury, is that they wanted to ease the administrative burden on local governments, as well as expand the spending flexibility. And that is what they did. So the most significant change is to the revenue loss expenditure category. And the final rule now gives local governments the option to elect a standard allowance of up to $10 million for revenue replacement. Prior to this, local governments, just like us, we went through this process, had to do a calculation to try to determine if we did face a revenue loss. But now Treasury says, no, you can assume that you did up to $10 million. This is very significant because revenue replacement funds can be used for general government services. So this greatly broadens the spending flexibility for the ARPA funds. So what are general government services? Well, Treasury says anything traditionally provided by the government. construction of schools, road building and maintenance, general government administration, staff, facilities, provision of police and fire, and other public safety services. Here's a look at the 4 expenditure categories under the ARPA rules. The first is addressing the COVID-19 impact, public health and economic impact. Second category there is replace lost revenue, which is what we're talking about. Third is premium pay, which is the expenditure that we will utilize for our program. And then lastly is infrastructure investments, water, sewer, broadband, etc. So with all that in mind, if the board chooses to move forward with the standard allowance for revenue replacement, staff has identified 2 paths to consider. So path 1 involves supplanting or replacing general fund expenditures such as salaries and using those funds for projects. Path 2 is also using the standard allowance, but using the funds as expressly outlined in the final rule and adhering to all additional federal program and reporting requirements. And I will go into more detail on both of these plans. So again, path 1, supplanting. Elect the standard revenue loss allowance and spend all of our remaining funds on government services. We then are required to develop, adopt, and implement required policies. These are things like conflict of interest policy, non-discrimination, records retention, etc. We have to write those for all ARPA spending. Next, identify items to supplant. Something that keeps coming up in our conversations is salaries and related benefits. That is probably the item that would trigger the least amount of additional requirements and compliance. Next, we would transfer those ARPA dollars to be supplanted into our general fund. That would free up those funds for identified projects. Next, identify those projects. So essentially giving the board the ability to, if it's allowed by the state of North Carolina, you'll be allowed to spend these dollars on it. And that's right. So I identified some things in our in the memo, and we've talked about some of them tonight: construction of the Fire Station 3, affordable housing program, etc. And lastly, follow that state law to complete the identified projects. Path 2, very similar, but no supplanting. So elect the standard revenue loss allowance, develop those policies, identify the projects. And they could very well be the same projects. We would be allowed to most likely do most of the same projects, but we would be required to follow additional reporting requirements, uniform guidance requirements, develop a sub-award policy if we're working with a third-party organization, comply with state law and the ARPA timeline. So path 1 would mean less restriction overall, less reporting and administrative burden, as well as less time constraints on when the funding must be spent. And as a reminder, the funds must be appropriated by 2024 and spent by 2026 under the ARPA. So ideally, we're seeking board consensus this evening on which path the board would like town staff to pursue. However, no formal action is needed at this time. And that is the end of this portion of the presentation.
I have a general comment. Is like the government tries to make everything as complicated as possible, apparently. I mean, they usually use a dictionary to look up all the words they use. But it sounds like staff is recommending the supplanting method as being the least laborious and least restrictive. And I would concur with that. Are there other comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Are there any foreseen downsides or risks involved with the supplanting?
No. Becky, do you?
Yeah, so the best way that we would describe it is that if anything, it lowers your risk because it reduces the additional policies guidelines that you're having to follow if you have to follow all of the federal regulations. So it essentially reduces the opportunities to inadvertently make mistakes and not be in compliance. So from our perspective, it has the opposite effect and provides the least amount of risk in deploying these dollars.
And I have a follow up to that. If we were to go with a supplanting route, that money that's going to be sitting in the general fund, is there a way to make sure that that is set aside away from you? I don't know if maybe you're understanding, like we have the final say on what is done with that, and we just don't spread it out over multiple budgets. I want to make sure that money goes to some specific projects and initiatives.
Yeah, Teresa's welcome to jump in here if she's on the call, but they could easily be segmented out and designated so that tie sort of remained on them and made it very clear of every dollar that went in, then this is the exact dollar that we are then applying to whatever project the board ultimately decides to spend the funds on. And because your time constraints are lifted, that could be right away, or that could be years from now, or anything in between.
All right. Any other comments? Is there a consensus of the board to go with the supplanting route? Seeing some thumbs up and some head nodding. So we'd like to support our staff's recommendation, and anything that's less laborious and less restrictive, it sounds like the way to go. So that would be the direction from our board. Okay. The second item was discuss ARPA fund contribution to nonprofit partners for affordable housing initiatives.
Yes, that is me again. Some of this is a bit repetitive, but we wanted to make sure that the board had all options on the table. So this is specifically options to implement an affordable housing program using ARPA dollars. So I will skip this slide. We just went through that piece of it. So taking into consideration the final rule issued by Treasury earlier this month, staff has identified 3 options for the board to consider as we move forward with an affordable housing program. So this is path 1, and this is supplanting, which we just went through. And I'll just quickly go through this. We would elect the standard allowance, allocating funds to general government services, supplant qualifying general fund expenditures with ARPA funds, freeing up general funds for an affordable housing program. So some program and reporting requirements. Because this is a professional service using general funds, there are no state or federal procurement or reporting requirements. You must follow state law related to eligibility criteria for recipients. The town may wish to follow best practices and solicit proposals to meet its vision and or solicit proposed uses of the funds from qualified organizations. Once selected, the town would partner with a third-party organization or nonprofit to carry out an affordable housing program for Matthews, utilizing the designated amount of excess general funds allocated for that purpose. A grant agreement or performance contract would be established, and the partner organization would be required to adhere to it. Eligibility, here we would just follow state law, low to moderate income households. So that would be households up to 80% of the area median income. Path 2 is using the revenue loss expenditure with no supplanting. So we would fund an affordable housing program as a general government service under the ARPA guidelines. We would be required now to create a sub-award agreement, which is very detailed in the ARPA guidelines, and we included some of it in your memo. We create a lot of reporting compliance on any third-party organization that we would partner with. We must also comply with all additional state and federal laws and reporting requirements, including federal procurement and uniform guidance requirements. Eligibility would be the same, up to 80% AMI. Path 3, this is the path we've been following for the last several months using the interim guidance. We would utilize the negative economic impact expenditure category. So taking us out of that revenue loss category for a moment. We would allocate the funds from the affordable housing program through that allowable use. What requirements would we be faced with? Subaward agreement, again, with any third-party organization and subsequent reporting compliance. We must also comply with federal and state laws and reporting requirements, including federal procurement and uniform guidance requirements. And there are some additional reporting and justification requirements which are detailed in your memo. For eligibility here, there are some conflicting information out there between the state and federal. So that's something that if the board does choose to go with this path, we'd have to look further into to be sure that we're giving you the most accurate information. So again, path 1 would provide the least restrictive, most flexible path to providing an affordable housing program within the town of Matthews, as well as require the least amount of reporting and administrative burden. Of all the options, it also provides for the fewest time constraints. And once again, we're seeking board consensus this evening on which path you'd like to see us pursue. However, no formal action is needed at this time.
All right, thank you, Maureen. Seems to me that supplanting once again is the operative choice. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Whitley?
Yeah, I think path 1 is the better way. I hear the path and not talking about ARCA now, but I'm talking about going forward with affordable home. I would like to see somewhere going forward in the budget that we allot some kind of money each year to affordable home, whether we use it or not, but have it over there. I don't know how we could get it, but I see that Charlotte, each year there a lot of money. We can't do as much as they do, but I think we ought now in the time that we're living in, at least have an affordable home budget line item that the town is putting in there for developers, whoever come later to like do a certain percentage of the development going forward, to bring in some of these, because I know we've been asking developers when they come now to consider some affordable homes in there, but certainly there would be some incentive going forward that we have some affordable home money set aside each year going forward, other than this ARCA money. But yeah, I'm in favor of 1.
Yes, I heard this morning on the radio that Davidson recently, I believe their town board approved 211 apartment units in downtown, their Ncdot area, that are 100% affordable. I think the rent is going to be about $1,000 a month, which kind of shocks me that that's considered affordable, but that's the number. I guess that is for Davidson and the area that the apartments are located. So other communities like us are doing this. Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, it's not the place for this discussion now, but I do want to have it sometime soon. So we have this money, or we allocate money yearly. What do we have in place for the rules and procedures and policies and process for distributing this money, and to who it goes to, and et cetera, et cetera. So, and it's one nice thing to actually have it in the pot, but we have to have a rules and procedures and policies to distribute it. And so sometime in the future, I'd like to have that conversation and to put that manual together, if you will.
Yeah, I believe many of the rules are in the actual federal guidelines. But fair point. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think we're just going to throw a dart at the wall and say, hey, here's some money to someone. I think the plan was to have some sort of procedure there. I also want to agree with Commissioner Whitley. I think part 1 is good, and I'd like to see us start setting aside a yearly amount of money to affordable housing. I talked with Becky and Hazen and wanted to see kind of what that would entail, and if maybe we'd have to bring on some sort of new staffer to kind of handle that or if our staff can handle that purview. So definitely a question I had.
Yeah, happy to touch on that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So what we are suggesting is that because the board previously approved the housing needs assessment, to proceed with that document, while you were deciding how to deploy at least the 1.5 million that you've already allocated. And then that study can become a roadmap for multiple years, provide the justification. There's going to be a variety of recommendations out of that may help with future board discussions related to how best to budget, what some of those amounts might look like that would be reasonable. And then we've got the data and the recommendations to help back up those decisions.
Yeah, and another thing, I think I've spoke to most of the people on our board about this, and I think there's a general consensus that we have earmarked 1.5 million for affordable housing, and I think we've all identified and know a trusted partner in Matthews, and that's Habitat for Humanity, and they've got a very well-oiled machine that's got a lot of documentation. It meets all the requirements as far as AMI and all that sort of thing. And in speaking to Habitat, their biggest concern is buying land. Becky, I know they've shared that with you and Hazen. So I would like to see us transmit some portion of that 1.5 million to Habitat in the near future. And it land is just going up. We wait. It's just going to cost more and more. I would like to get that money in their hands so they can buy land and so they can build some more affordable housing here in Matthews. That's their number one concern, is the land has gotten so high that they can no longer build the houses and make them affordable. So I don't know what we have to do that. Part of it would be to do what Commissioner Tofano said, and identify in writing what the rules and guidelines are. But I don't want this to be a process that takes 6 months or 8 months. I would like to give Habitat some of that funding as soon as possible. And I don't know if anyone else feels the same way or disagrees, but I believe that's the consensus of this board in speaking with most of you about this item.
Couldn't go to a better organization.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Irving?
yeah.
Go ahead, Hazen.
So
Hazen?
Habitat is great. There's no doubt about that. And the executive director is great too. But I do wonder is going to Habitat the best way to maximize our investment? Or are there, I think about the county, like if we're going to send it to Habitat, how can we make sure the county ties into that? Or are there private groups out there? I would just like to see us parlay this 1.5 as much as possible, as much as I think Habitat for Humanity is great too. I don't want to leave any possible money on the table that we could have used. And maybe Habitat can do that for us, but I would like to make that part of the
if there's matching funds,
criteria.
bring them on.
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitley?
Are we talking about putting any more money into affordable homes other than this 1 million, or is that where we're going to stay?
I think that's for us to discuss. I would like to see us put more than 1.5 million personally, but we have a lot of needs. We've heard a lot of those needs tonight. We have a fire station. We have stormwater needs. We have sidewalk gap needs. So we have a lot of needs, but I personally would like to see us put a little bit more to make a more substantial dent in that need of affordable housing. But we just have to balance it. I think it's a little too early. That being said, we're going to get the rest of the funding, Becky, you said, or Maureen, in August. Is that right?
Yes,
So,
August.
I would like to see us, get this ball rolling and start distributing some funds. I don't like us seeing have this money and we just have it in the bank, and I want to be cautious about how we spend it, but I also don't want to just hold it to the last second. And then, on the eve of when we have to return it, we decide how we're going to spend it. I think there's a lot of needs we have, and I would like to see us start using this funds that's been given to us for the good of the people that live here.
Mayor,
Mr. Whitley.
All right, so what I saw when they presented, we do have half of that money already now and get the other half, but we spent some, but we still got some we can now transfer over into this Plan A, yeah, that's a remainder from the $5.5 million we got already. Is that right, Becky? So that's additional money we got on the table right now that we only spent like what, million or something? A little over a million.
We spent about 1.5 million, I believe.
Yeah, so we got 3.5 more million that we could go ahead and put into fund now, and then when the other come, we could do that since we already voted to put it in the Plan A.
Yeah, to Commissioner Tefano's point, I think we do need to write what our local rules of engagement are going to be for that funding. So I think it's premature to start, writing checks tonight, but I think we should look at everything. I think Hazen brings up a good point. If there's matching funds available, we'd be foolish not to extend the money. If a grant foundation wants to double our money, you put in $1 million and we'll give you $1 million, or we'll give you $500,000, we'd be foolish not to look at things like that as well. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Going along with Larry's point is I'd also like to see us put more money. I know, John, you can attest this. I called you about every 30 seconds about the affordable housing last summer during the budget, and I'd like to see us put some more money. Another thing we have to think of is, if we do have this pot of money for affordable housing, people will come wanting to come to the town with ideas for providing affordable housing. Kind of have the money and they will come. So that needs to be something that's thought of too. We're not going to be having to fight to spend this money. We could spend it easily and we'll find someone good to spend it for.
Commissioner Urban.
I'm listening to everything. I wouldn't rush to judgment to throw more money into the pot right now, because like Becky has said about the housing needs assessment, that's really, really critical, because just like the deer problem, we don't have the survey in hand to know really what the problem is. And then to piggyback on Hazen's point, is Habitat is a great partner, but Habitat's wheelhouse is in the single family. If they can get into duplex, triplex, quads and stuff like that and get more bang for their buck, then that makes a lot of sense. We may have to maneuver into other product to make your every dollar work the best for you. So I think the 1.5 is an excellent start, but I would be very prudent to see where the housing needs assessment goes, because most of the developers that I work with, we go into areas and the towns may have land to turn over, but for the most part, the developer's getting the 4% or 9% bonds and is doing the affordable housing project on their own with the thumbs up from the community. And I think that's the important thing. As long as you have the thumbs up and the plan in place, they'll do it. But if you're like Monroe, for example, or just forget about it, you won't go there. So we don't necessarily have to apply all our money into that, because they will come once you open up the door with the policy.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to tour a public affordable housing unit that was built in right downtown Durham. And it was beautiful, just awesome. But I think the cost was $30 or $40 million for one place.
It's more than market rate to build an affordable housing project, because they build it like a tank.
I think we're all going to get sticker shock really quickly when we start seeing how much some of these things cost.
You got it.
It's a lot. All right. I don't know that we've determined anything tonight other than the consensus of the board is the supplanting method for both of these things. And we'll continue to go on with more information and move forward. Sound good? Becky, just one more time, when are we supposed to get that housing needs analysis back?
So the worst case scenario was an April start and a 6-month timeline. So you'd be looking October.
Wow, still a ways out.
That was worst case. They were very much trying to have it sooner, but that was the latest possibility. So I can check in with them and see if I can get an updated timeline.
That'd be great if you could poke them a little bit, see if they'll maybe improve that. That'd be great. All right, I believe that comes to the end of our new business. So we'll go on to the mayor's report. Wanted to have just one thing I wanted to mention tonight. On last Saturday, on January 15th, Hazen asked me to attend a a meeting with town staff as they, on a Saturday at 4:30 in the afternoon, as they were preparing for the impending storm coming to our town. And the folks that were there were Hazen, Corey, Life Fitzpatrick, Tanya McGovern, Maureen, Rob Kinnenberg, Chief Pennington, Ken Davis, who we just met, Becky, CJ, and I apologize if I'm missing anybody, but that's the folks I remember that were at the meeting. And it just gave me a warm feeling in my heart to know that we all live in Matthews and we have such caring staff. I mean, they were preparing for every eventuality. They were getting Cruise Road set up as a shelter. They were making sure every road was salted, and we even talked about checking on, elderly folks that didn't have anybody else to make sure they were okay in case the power went out, what we were going to do in that instance. And I made the comment that, where else do you get that kind of service from your town government? Certainly not in Charlotte, in a larger city. We're in that sweet spot. We're small enough, but we have such awesome staff, and they did just an outstanding job. And I'm sure most of you as elected officials got texts and emails from constituents saying, wow, how awesome the roads looked here, for instance, compared to Charlotte or even other nearby communities. And it's because our staff goes that extra mile. And, I was kind of the slacker. I just went to one meeting. They had several other meetings on Sunday, continual updates on the storm. So kudos to our town staff. They do an awesome job every day. And I just wanted to share that with you, how it really warmed my heart to know how hard these folks are working on days that we're all are traditionally off. We're not working on Saturdays and Sundays, but their minds and concerns are on the well-being of everybody who lives here. And that's the mark of an outstanding community. So thank you to our staff. Appreciate you very much. Great job. That's all I have for the mayor's report. We'll go on to the attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
Short and sweet. Hazen, do you have a lengthy thesis to read us tonight?
I do appreciate those comments. Those are very nice. Thanks.
All right. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second from Commissioner Urban. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Hoover.
Yes.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Hey, it's before 10. Yes.
Yeah, we're early tonight. Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Renee, go get some much needed rest and get well. And everybody else, take care. We'll talk to y'all soon. Good night.
Everybody.